We ready to get started? All right, thank you. This is a special session of the County Board of Supervisors to interview candidates for the District 3 position. And so as a call to order, just as a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, computer, two-way radio, or other sound device, we ask that you silence it at this time to minimize disruption of today's meeting. District 3 Supervisor Matt Ryan has recused himself from this meeting and process as this vacancy relates to his upcoming retirement. So with that, can we please have a call to order? District 1.
District 1 is present. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. District 2 Supervisor Jeronimo Vasquez and current chair. District 3 is not here. District 4.
Judy Gay, District 4 Supervisor, Vice Chair.
Thank you. District 5. Thank you. All right, now if we could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you. So today is discussion and interviews of candidates seeking to fill the vacancy, District 3 County Supervisor position. This is a special meeting of the County Board of Supervisors to review these candidates who have expressed their interest in filling the future vacancy for the District 3 Supervisor. Welcome and thank you all to all those who have provided their input on the candidates being considered today. And thank you to all those who have expressed interest in this appointment. Today, the Board of Supervisors will be interviewing 5 candidates who have applied and have been found to meet the minimum statutory qualifications for the District 3 Supervisor seat. Please note that 2 applicants have withdrawn their applications. Those to be interviewed today are Adam Hess, Sue Greaves, Eric Eikenberry, Nicholas Hanley, and Rebecca Eid. Each candidate will be allotted 45 minutes to answer a series of questions. Once all 5 candidates have completed their interviews, the board may enter executive session to discuss the candidates. We would like to ask that each candidate please refrain from attending or viewing the public interview process until their designated interview time. We would also like to ask the public to please refrain from communicating any information related to the interviews during this period. We hope to preserve the integrity of the process and provide each candidate with an equal opportunity to respond to the interview questions without an unfair advantage. Staff will communicate with our candidates to ensure they're invited into the boardroom for their scheduled interviews. Should the board choose to enter into executive session, they will return to public session for additional discussion. During discussion and review of candidates, the board may choose any of the following: invite 1 or more candidates to participate in further interview discussion in regular public session. Invite 1 or more candidates to participate in further interview discussion in executive session. Or the board may make their top candidate decision known without further interview discussion. Is there any further discussion by any supervisors? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you. Thanks for laying out a kind of overview of what we're going to be doing today. I think that's really important for the public. This is something that is unusual in that we have scheduled these interviews as public meeting and part of a public meeting. And the reason for that is this board is committed to communication and transparency with our public, and it gives the public an opportunity to listen in and to get to know the candidates that we're going to get to know here in just a few minutes. And so I think that's important to really underscore. And then the other is, I know that the first one is not until 8:30. And so it might be a good time for the board to take a look at, if they want to make any changes in the questions or any questions that any of the board members may have in terms of the process. It might be good to kind of talk about it now so that each of our candidates are treated the same. So,
Any other comments by supervisors? All right, so it looks like we went a little fast and our first interview is at
Well,
8:30.
if I may, I thought there'd be a discussion, so I guess there's not going to be a discussion. I guess my question is, we do have our first question, but we have subparts to most of our questions that are related to the question.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming that we're going to give a written copy to the candidate so that the candidate can read it, read it. We will read it. And then the candidate, you're welcome to, I'd love to hear discussion on this, Supervisor Fowler. And I agree, we don't need to. I think it would make sense for the candidate when they come in to have it up there. They can't take it with them. And then we will read it. It's a lot. And, I think we did that to you. As I recall, when we did this, I think we gave you copies. Yeah, that we did.
When I did the interview, it was virtual and the question was available on the screen, which
Yeah.
is something that might not be available here.
That's why I thought it might be good. Now, if everybody disagrees, that's fine. But I just find that it's going to make it easier for the candidate.
Supervisor Briquet?
I would feel comfortable if, we give them, an opportunity to have these questions. As we did before, I think, just like, it was said by one of my colleagues that, make it a lot easier because these questions are long, long questions.
Supervisor Fowler?
That was by Zoom, and that's the reason why it was shown.
Thank you. I like the idea of the candidates having access to the questions during the interview, but I also like the fact that they won't have it coming in and it's on the spot. So, I see these questions more as just a guide as they're going through the interview process, because they're multiple part questions. And so, considering that we have 5 questions and only 45 minutes, and that's for total, including discussion with the candidate, I think having these questions available to them will help streamline it some, because when you don't have those questions, you have to oftentimes ask the question to be repeated when it's a multi-part question. So this would help streamline it. Supervisor Horstman.
And then just another question is, I assume when we read this, we'll read the main question in the subparts. Because when they're answering, they may want to, in their answer, include those subparts as, in the main answer. So when we're going around and talking, we'll just read the whole thing, and then they'll have it in front of them so they can know whether they followed, whether they answered it all.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that we'd want to read the full question with all the subparts as we go through. That way it gives the candidate the opportunity to hear the whole question, and they have the list in front of them of the questions. So it'd be different if they didn't have the question, then we might have to break it up and slow down. But because they do have access to the questions, I think it would be appropriate to read the full question.
And Chair, are you going to allow brief follow-up from the board if the question they felt wasn't answered, or they have some clarification?
Yes, at the end, but after they've had the opportunity to ask us our questions. All right. Is there any other discussion? Because that discussion only took 5 minutes. Yeah. Ms. Sue Brown?
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. We just wanted to point out that here on the podium, or lectern, I believe it is, Mr. Ringenberg has provided the copies of the questions for the candidates. These will stay here on the lectern and not leave with each of the candidates. He's also provided a booklet for them to make their own notes. During that period of time, this they can take with them.
We're giving swag.
We're making a good impression, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Horseman.
That's our thank you gift for applying. All right, are there any other questions or comments by board members? Supervisor Horseman.
I don't know why I had to
I
do
mean-
this morning. Maybe people aren't awake yet. The other would be that in between, are we going to go into executive session for deliberation after each of the interviews, or how do you see that, members of the board?
Supervisor Fowler? At the end? Yeah, I would agree with that. I would say that considering how much time it'll take to go into executive session, 15 minutes is not enough time to all of us go into exec session, go upstairs, discuss, and come back down.
Thanks.
Yes. So what I would recommend though, in that 15 minutes, that be a time where individual supervisors take time to reflect on that candidate, write their thoughts down, write their notes down. So that way, while it's fresh, you're getting your ideas down and your reflection on that candidate before we move on to the next. Mr. Corey?
My apologies. Chair, members of the board, we have preset the timer in the chambers to 45 minutes. It does allow the candidate to see the time as well. Is that a tool that you would like available for each candidate?
Yes, I think that would be important.
So we are prepared to start the timer as soon as you make your introductory remarks and ask the first question.
Okay. Yeah, please don't start it until we ask the first question. That way, in case any of us go a little long on our introductions as supervisors, it doesn't impact the candidate's time.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments, discussion by staff? Colleagues? All right, we're 16 minutes or 14 minutes ahead. So should we wait till 8:30? Is our first candidate here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Ringenberg lets us know that the first candidate is here if you'd like to begin early.
Colleagues, would you like to begin early or should we wait the 13 minutes?
I think I'm ready.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well then in that case, let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back to get ready for our interview. Thank you. We'll get started in a moment. Lindsay, are we ready to begin?
We're ready, Chair Vasquez.
All right, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Adam Hess. Thank you for your interest in the District 3 position. This is an important decision for the Board of Supervisors to fill the vacancy of Supervisor Matt Ryan, who has served the county and District 3 well for 27 years. This is a public meeting, so members of the public can listen to the questions and answers. We therefore ask that in order to preserve the integrity of our questions, that each candidate agree that they will not listen in or be informed of questions the board will ask, or to listen to any candidate's answers. We want to preserve an equal playing field for all candidates. We'll start by introductions. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair, District 1.
Yes, good morning, Patrice Horseman, District 1. Great to see you this morning. Thank you for being here.
District 4,
Good morning, Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
District 5.
Yeah, I'm Lena Fowler, District 5 Supervisor.
Morning.
Thank you. The board has a number of candidates to interview for this position. Each candidate will be asked the same questions, and each candidate will be given 45 minutes to answer the questions. Each supervisor will take turns asking the questions and the subsections to the questions. The board does reserve the right to follow up on questions or ask for clarifications. If you need clarification on our question, please feel free to let us know. To make it easier for you, we are providing you a copy of the questions and ask that you leave the copy in the room after the interview. We have 5 questions and subparts to each question. Each supervisor will read the question and the subparts. You have the written questions in front of you to refer to as you are thoroughly answering the questions. To ensure that you get all 5 questions in 45 minutes, it's important that you manage your time for each question, and we would recommend that you reserve some time so that at the end of our questions, you can ask us any questions. If you want to reserve 5 to 6 minutes at the end, you will have about 5 to 6 minutes to answer each question. Some questions you may want to spend more time on your answer. For some questions, your answer may be fairly short. So please manage your time and answer the questions as you see fit. To be fair to all, we will conclude the interview after 45 minutes. Before we begin with questions, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself.
Good morning, Chair. Appreciate it. And I'm very excited to be here. Monday, I was at Fort Irwin, clearing the Army, and I've got all that done, so I'm free and clear. Tomorrow is my last day in the Army, and then 1 December, I'm a free man. So 27 years of fun. So I live here. I've been here my whole life. Went to Sonawa High School, went to elementary schools all over here. I went to NAU, commissioned out of NAU ROTC back in 2000, and then I've been fighting to come back here ever since. I did get an opportunity to teach ROTC at NAU as the assistant professor of military science, and learned a great deal there. That's when I got back here for about 4 years, and then now I'm back. So I have a house in Belmont. It is in the district, and it will be in the district next election period. So I'm fully following all that, and I'm ready to go, and I'm really excited.
Thank you. Let's begin with the questions. Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you for your service, and thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you.
First question, and I'm going to read the question in the subparts. And what do you believe is the role of a county supervisor, and what qualities or past experiences do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? How would you build a relationship with your community, District 3, and how would you achieve a work-life balance?
Thank you, Supervisor. The role as a supervisor, I think, is one that is very suited to what I've come up with, and that's being in a leadership role, taking those responsibilities, making those decisions, and being available. That's the biggest thing, I think, is totally being available and committed to the position. I'm open to hearing everything and just really helping work with the community. That's my main goal, is to continue my service, but now to put it in a very localized. I've been working with the federal government, doing those things, working hand to hand with all my soldiers and leaders. And now I finally get to come home and use that experience here. So I'm really excited about being able to offer that leadership that I've learned from my mentors. What qualities do I possess? I got a lot of leadership experience. I've got 2 company commands that I really lean hard. One of those was in Iraq in 2009 and 10. It was a company of 180. It was very technical, bridging engineer stuff. And I had to learn on the fly. I jumped in. I had about 14 days notice, and I was in Kuwait 14 days later, and jumped in, was in Iraq within the month, and took charge. And that's what I plan on doing here, is really filling that void wherever it is jumping in and really helping as much as I can, if that is whatever the community really reaches out to us for. And I'm really excited about being able to do that. That to me is probably the most exciting part of this job. How do I want to build relationships with the community? I'm a face-to-face kind of person. I really want to get out in the community, and looking at the size of District 3, I really want to get out to all the areas. And then even looking at where it's going to be next year, spreading all the way to Blue Ridge. I know it's a big area. I know it's very diverse. I know it's very exciting. There's a lot of things happening in District 3, and with Fort Tut Hill, with Camp Navajo, Dark Sky initiatives, all those things. And that really is something I really think I can lean forward and help with, and make sure we're following the rules and regulations, and making sure we get the people on where they need to be. So face-to-face is my preferred method. Work-life balance. That is a great question. I do have 2 kids, and I've been away for a while because divorce. But now I'm home. I want to be involved. You can see in my resume, my daughter's in volleyball, my son's in hockey. Very supportive of all that. And but there's also a lot of times where you have to be available, and a 24/7 job is what I'm accustomed to. I've got multiple deployments, multiple times where I've had to take those late nights, and my parents are ready to help, my family's ready to help, and they're all understanding, and they're very excited. So I think I've got the support of the family network.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Question number 2. Please describe your commitment to inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness in any experience or background that you may have with DEI. How would you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness within your district? And how would you assist the county in ensuring DEI?
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. Inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness has always been very on the forefront of the military. You have everybody. You're that melting pot more than anything else in the world. You've got people. I've had an African from Zimbabwe. I've had Puerto Ricans. I've had people from every walk of life, Alaska, all of them. And I've always just treated them with respect and the honor they deserve. And they've always returned that. You just treat people like they're supposed to be treated, and make sure that we really are together in moving forward to whatever we need to achieve. How would I work to promote and include? Again, that face-to-face, I really want to get out and see the district, the people of the district, and talk to them, and really make sure that I listen to what they've got, listen to their problems, listen to their issues, and then see if we can meet those head on. Assisting with that, I really am excited about hearing what the entire board's vibe is and where we want to go with the DEI, and make sure that we're all on the same page. I want to make sure that I understand, I'm educated, and we can move forward together.
Thank you. Next question, Vice Chair Begay.
Good morning.
Morning.
Describe how you see yourself performing the role as a county supervisor and in representing the people in your district and the entire county. What do you see as your biggest challenges in representing District 3 and or the county? What have you done to prepare for the possibility of becoming the District 3 supervisor? How would you introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process?
It's a great question. Thank you, Chair Begay. Three biggest challenges that I see. Well, let me go back. The role as a supervisor. I think my role is to listen to the people, to really get a pulse on what they want. And I know, like you said, the diversity within District 3, where you go from Williams, you go to Munns Park, you get all the way to Sedona. Every single one of those communities has different needs and wants and desires. And I think that's where the hard part in making those decisions comes in, where you can't please them all, but you're going to try to make sure we have a baseline. So I think that is probably the biggest challenge, is those communities that are very diverse and have their own needs and wants is really leaning forward and how we can support that. I think that would be the biggest one. One of the biggest things that I've noticed as a veteran is that we don't have as much veteran support in Coconino County as I would like to see. Going through the military, I got out for a while. I was trying to be a teacher, and just the support wasn't open. It's available. It's very available, and it's there. I just want to make sure that we highlight that and maybe bring that forward. That's one of my goals, is to really help the veterans, especially out in other districts. I know we've got a lot of Marines on the reservation that probably could utilize a lot of the support that is available, and maybe even the veterans, the VA program, getting their health care that they need. That's one of my biggest things, is really bringing that forward. And whether I become the supervisor or not, that is still going to be one of my goals, is to be a representative of the veterans of Northern Arizona. What have I done to prepare? Well, the Army has a great thing, and most of you know, it's called the Skill Bridge. I got to come home for 3 months and do 90 days of internship and get to work in Matt Ryan's office, and then meeting every single one of you. I got to move to Public Works. That was very interesting, and understanding what the Public Works brings, exactly how big it is. I got to talk to the sheriff and understand a little bit about what's going on there. I got to work with community development and Parks and Rec, and I really got to see the ins and outs more than just this office. And I think that is the job, is the entire Coconino County staff and all its downtrace, and really working with them and making sure that they are ready to go and get the support they need to move forward. So that is I really got an excellent opportunity to prepare for that. And that got me bigger. I got to go to the CSA and really learn that we're at a state level, how we interact at the state level. That was very eye-opening. And I think that, to me, was probably the biggest thing that I hadn't looked at. I really was not understanding of how we integrate with the state. And now I do have a better understanding. And man, that's exciting. I think it's very exciting. How would I introduce an issue to a larger audience? That's a good question. I think that what you guys have here with being open and being on Facebook, on YouTube, and letting the people come into this public forum is a great. And then I would just really like to meet with the people, maybe set up meetings. Like I said, if they're military, try to go to as many of the funerals as possible to support that. Go to as many of the meetings that they have. I'm joining a lot of military groups, and I'm trying to join as many Flagstaff leadership groups as possible also. Hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here and
Thank you.
applying. Describe your experience serving on boards or commissions and other relevant experience. Describe your role both as an individual and as part of the board. Describe your leadership style, how you work with others to gain consensus, and how you manage working with others that you disagree with.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I got to be at HRC, which is the Human Resource Command. And at that point, I was the program director for what's called AGR, Active Guard Reserve, for the reserves officer sessions. What that means is I was the person that hired new reservists into a full-time role. There was about 3,000 people on our order of merit list, and every quarter we ran a panel, and everyone turned in their applications. We looked at and we set it up with 1 lieutenant colonel and 4 majors to review those. It was about a 5-day process, very detailed, very in-depth. My entire staff had to shut down and work that. We're very hands-on with finding out who was going to be the next AGR and offer them a position. So much like what you're doing now, except it was all paper, and it was all looking at their evaluations, looking at everything they've brought to the table in their military career. And then from there, obviously, we call them, reach out to them, and offer them a position and work that. So it was from application to hiring. The entire process was what we did. I got to be part of that process by 1.5 years. And I really went up there. I did have to make some changes when I was at HRC and really set it up and made a lot of changes that are still in effect there. And that was in 2013 and 14. From there, I went to NAU, and we, as professors of military science, we had NAU ROTC scholarships, and we ran many boards. Again, once a semester, we ran a board, and then we had the cadets come in, and we actually do it just like we're doing now. I was on that side of the table last time. Now I'm on this side, and got to meet with all the cadets, talk to them, ask them the questions just like you're doing. So I've been on many boards like this. I did that for 4 years at NAU. And so I know exactly what you're going through, and it's not an easy job you have now. So that's just in a nutshell the 2 biggest ones I've done. My leadership style. That's a good question. It's a very complex question. My leadership style is very respectful. I treat everybody with respect. I treat them like I want to be treated, and I listen to them, and I empower them. I think the biggest thing you can ask of all my subordinates, as we call them in the military, all my NCOs and all my lieutenants and all the captains that worked with me, is empowerment. I really want to treat them as adults that are smart and educated, and have them reach the conclusions and work. They're very smart. If you let people work, they will work. And I really appreciate when you allow someone to actually do the job. So empowerment is probably the biggest thing I took away from my career, is give them the guidance, give them the respect, and let them do great things. Describe one of my other gain. How do I gain consensus? Again, I think that goes back to the respect. I really like to make sure that I treat them as I want them to treat me. And I always just have that open forum with them. In the Army, we always have what's called an open door policy. And I really made sure I was totally available for anybody from the lowest ranking to my XO, and have them come talk to me about anything. And I've had many discussions, just, sir, can I talk to you about something real quick? My wife this, or my kids that. And sometimes it was nothing other than venting, but sometimes that I was the person they came to. And that was always probably my biggest takeaway, was I was approachable. How do I manage working with others that disagree with me or I disagree with? Sometimes you just got to step back, put your feelings aside, and make sure you get the job done. That's the biggest thing, is if you disagree, not everything's the war, not everything's a battle. Not everything is life and death. And that's a big takeaway. I'm no longer in a life-death situations, hopefully. I don't have to make those decisions. So I think as long as you just take a step back, look at things from a logical perspective, and just allow the process to work. And maybe sometimes you need a third party to come in and really take over. And maybe you have to hand it off to somebody else who's capable and smarter. So I think that's what I do, is just take a step back and allow the facts to kind of calm down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Question number 5, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, are you able to work as a full-time supervisor for Coconino County? And is there anything in your business or personal commitments that would hinder your ability to be a full-time supervisor or your ability to attend meetings, community meetings, board meetings? Understand that these meetings can occur weekdays, weekends, business, and evening hours. And then subparts is, would you intend to run for this position if you're appointed to fill the current vacancy? Would there be anything that would prevent you or interfere with your ability to run for this position? And do you have any experience running for office or assisting others running for office?
Thank you. It's an interesting question. I like it. Yes, I am absolutely available 100% of the time. This is my goal, is to be this my full-time position. I don't have any other outside commitments other than my children and my family. Those are the only things that I have. And again, we talked about family values, and that would be the only thing. Now, with that, as we talked about, I do have the family support. They do understand emergencies happen, weekends happens, work happens. And this is something I've explained, even with my 12-year-old and my 14-year-old daughter. Hey, listen, this is something that means a lot to me. And Dad's going to have to probably do some work. And they said, no problem, Dad. This is what you want. This is what you should go for. So pretty awesome to have my 12-year-old son say that to me and have his support. So yes, I'm totally available weekends. Even if I have to miss a hockey game, there's a bunch. And then I actually have conflicting sports here pretty soon with volleyball and hockey. So I got to choose one. I have to go to California. So totally available and used to that. I think you understand that I'm, as a reservist and a full-time reservist, I used to have to work one weekend every month at least. So I'm used to working 12 days straight and keeping to the grind and making sure we're moving forward. So I don't have anything else going on. That this is all my eggs are in this basket. Do I plan on running for the vacancy? Absolutely. I do plan on running for this position. I'm already tracking and understanding the campaign trail isn't fun or easy. And I will be stepping up to the plate and doing that. It's scary. I've never had to put myself out there like this, but I'm ready for the challenge. And I really think that I offer what my community needs. I think the leadership and my resume is going to speak loudly of what I bring to the table. And it's not anything else what a lot of people bring. I think I bring a lot to the table, and I'm excited about sharing that. So no interference with running. Do I have any experience running for office? No. Do I have any experience helping with anybody? No. In the Army, we are selected, and sometimes, it's mandatory fun. And so you're told you have to go do that. So this is a new experience for me, but one that I'm embracing and ready to take the challenge.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions for us?
I've thought about this all week. And after the internship, there's a lot of questions, but more about the day-to-day grind and how to do those things. And I don't think those can be answered until I'm in the position. I don't have any questions. Actually, this has been a very good process. Your staff has been amazing. They've been very well keeping me informed. Been watching you guys every Tuesday to keep informed. And no, I think at this time, you're supposed to come with questions, but you guys, I think I've had the excellent opportunity during the internship to get a lot of those answered. So I think I asked them during that 90 days.
So just to expand, because we do have 25 minutes for your
Sure.
interview.
That's
What were some of those questions that you had during your internship that were answered?
How we integrate with the state that was one of the questions that I didn't know I had until we went to the CSA. And so I guess more along that, a lot of those were very Maricopa based. You know, it seemed like that was kind of the entire, they were kind of heavy on there. You know, with the water rights, I think the biggest one that interests me, because I have a degree of a master's in geological engineering, and one of that was doing subsurface hydrology. And so the water usage in northern Arizona, with us being on the Colorado Plateau and how that flows, that's the biggest one that I'm looking forward to learning about, is how, and that was brought up at the CSA, was water usage and how, and I know that was more south and that was being pulled, but I think up here we have a different requirement, we need water just to survive, not to, for our crops. So I think how the question is, and it's a long detailed question, how we as a board, as Northern Arizona, as Coconino County, how do we look at that water problem? Because when I was sitting in there, that was the main question. It was very focused on what Parker and everything along the Colorado River. And that, to me, I was like, well, how do we transition that for us? Same thing with the what was it, the cellular phone issue, where they have where we're trying to get the Wi-Fi and everything going through.
Broadband.
Thank you. Yes, the broadband one. How does that affect us? And then I think we had talked about, me and Judy talked about that, and more about how the tribes were affected by that. So, you know, stepping away from District 3, stepping away from just Coconino County, and looking at how the state and how those decisions at the state happen. So I guess my question is as a board, how do we deliberate and get to an answer for a question that isn't really focused at us?
Would any supervisors like to make a comment?
Yeah, we're
Supervisor
trying to
Horstman.
figure out how to deal with the state too. So you're right. It's many times it is in fact the state of Maricopa County.
Yeah.
So and up here, of course, we have groundwater. That seems to be the biggest concern that we've got, not as much river rights, although those are very concerning too, especially to the tribes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. When I asked the question, what do you see as your biggest challenges in representing District 3 and or the county? I think, can you elaborate a little bit more on the county? That's question 3.
Sure. The biggest challenges part, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
The biggest challenge of representing District 3
The county.
and the county as a whole. The hard part for District 3 is it's a red district. And I'm a Democrat, so it's one of those things of getting them to understand. So I think that could be, but I also think once I get to talk to them, I really think they're going to be able to look past that and look at the person. But getting to meet them is, I think, the biggest challenge. What kind of forum I can get out there, because I can't meet everybody. I just don't have the capability. It's a big area. And representing the county, you know, that being a biggest challenge is also the most exciting challenge. And I guess that would probably be one of the biggest questions, is how do you affect a county as large as ours and as diverse as ours? That's the biggest question I have. And I don't know if that's a question for the board more of kind of a life question, but how do we get to reach everybody? That I think is the biggest challenge. And then, you know, I was at Jitters yesterday having lunch, and there was two guys talking, and they were talking about Prop 408. And I kind of just overheard them, and they were saying, man, what they should have done is had this and this and this and this. And they should have had a big open forum, like rent out the auditorium at NAU. And I was like, okay, maybe that's a way. So that was very interesting to just hear from, just overhearing at Jitters. So that was pretty fun. So I guess my biggest challenge is, how do we affect the entire county? How do we reach that diverse population? And how do we inform them and also answer them.
Here, if I may.
Supervisor Horstman.
And just following up on what Supervisor Brigay said, are there any issues or particular concerns within District 3 or in the county that you see? I know you talked about veterans and more outreach for veterans. Are there any other issues that you see in terms of District 3 or the whole county?
Issues I see is I kind of look at it as we've got the forest management, we've got the people management, we've got the roads to get people around, and then we have the dark sky. We have a small military, contingent as we talked about. And with that, you also have just the traffic ability. I live in Belmont, and everyone understands that. And then
The Ryan roundabouts?
I wasn't gonna say it, but yes. But that and looking at looking at what's going to happen with Belmont as just a small, because I looked at it when I was working at Public Works. I was available to look at the maps, and that was one of the things they tasked me was looking how much possibility of growth that can happen, not in Flagstaff, but outside of Flagstaff, Belmont, Parks, Williams, all the way almost to Ash Fork, all those places. And then looking, obviously the Sedona area with their roundabouts and their traffic issues. So those are the things I look at, is really the traffic with the tourism and then the growth. I know we're looking at a large growth population in Belmont and Parks. People are moving out of town. And then also looking at things like Prop 408 with the movement of the hospital out to by Fort Tet Hill, those things and how that's going to affect. So those are the things I think we're looking at, is how do we get everyone to move around, and how do we keep the forest open so people can use it?
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right. Do you have anything else you'd like to share with us? We have a little over 15 minutes.
Got some time. Yeah, I think we're good. I think I'm really looking forward to, if I get this position, really talking to all of you and getting to know you better and learning the job. So I'm really excited. I appreciate the opportunity. Chair Vasquez, I really look forward to it and working with all of you. So unless you have any other questions, I think that's all I've got.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hess. Appreciate your service and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Have a good one.
Next one isn't until next interview is 9:30. So the next interview will be at 9:30 unless we choose to move it up by 15 minutes.
Chair Vasquez and supervisors, in your folder is what was posted online for the meeting. So all it has is the start time of 8 a.m.
Yeah.
So there's no detailed schedule of interviews.
Okay, let's move forward then.
So in that case, let's take a 15-minute break to start right now. No. Yes, but we did in our schedule for us as the board, we discussed in having 15-minute reflection time. Since this interview is now done and we're looking, should we have a 15-minute reflection time before the next interview? 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. We'll start the next interview at 9:10.
you all.
Welcome, and thank you for being here today and being interested in applying to District 3 position. This is an important decision for the Board of Supervisors to fill the vacancy of Supervisor Ryan, who has served the county and District 3 well for 27 years. This is a public meeting, so members of the public can listen to the questions and answers. We therefore ask that in order to preserve the integrity of our questions, that each candidate agree they will not listen in or be informed of the questions the board will ask, or to listen to any candidate's answers. We want to preserve an equal playing field for each candidate. And now we'd like to introduce the board. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair, District 1.
Good morning, Patrice Horseman, District 1. Thank you for being here this morning.
District 4.
Good morning, District 4 Supervisor Judy B. Gay. Welcome.
District 5. Thank you. The board has a number of candidates to interview for this position. Each candidate will be asked the same questions, and each candidate will be given 45 minutes to answer the questions. Each supervisor will take turns asking the questions and the subsections to the questions. The board does reserve the right to follow up on questions or ask for clarification. If you need clarification on our question, please feel free to let us know. To make it easier for you, we are providing you a copy of the questions and ask that you leave the copy in the room after the interview. We have 5 questions and subparts to each question. Each supervisor will read the question and the subparts. You will have the written questions in front of you to refer to as you are thoroughly answering the question. To ensure that you get all 5 questions in 45 minutes, it's important that you manage your time for each answer, and we would recommend that you reserve some time so that at the end of our questions, you can ask us any questions. If you want to reserve 5 to 6 minutes at the end, you will have about 5 to 6 minutes to answer each question. Some questions you may want to spend more time on your answer. For some questions, you may want to be fairly short. So please manage your time and answer the questions as you see fit. To be fair to all, we will conclude the interview after 45 minutes. Please begin with the question. Oh, before we begin with the questions, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Sue Greaves, and I'm applying for the role for the District 3 vacancy and would immediately run for re-election if you pick me. I think it's very important to have somebody knowledgeable in this position that can then use that experience to help move the board forward and to get reelected in 2020. I am a resident of Munns Park. We bought our house in 2016 and moved up full-time in 2020, right about as COVID started. I started working from home up in Munns. I was working for Shutterfly at the time and worked several months from home there. Loved working that way, and they said, no. So they pulled the plug, and I just thought I would retire at that. But, it's boring retiring. So I'm back. I'm working again. I work for a printing company in Phoenix currently, but want to do something that is more community-based, where I can talk to the public, where I'm not just tied down to a computer all day opening jobs. So that's my motivation.
Great, thank you. All right, our first question is by Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and good morning. And again, thank you for being here. I'm going to read the whole question and the subparts and then look forward to your answer. What do you believe is the role of the county supervisor? What qualities or past experiences do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? And how do you build a relationship with your community in District 3? And how do you achieve a work-life balance?
Well, for the county supervisor role, my first experience was after we moved to Munns Park back in 2021. We had an RV park that was scheduled to go in there in some of the lots that were across the freeway from where I live. Our businesses in the area were really gung-ho. I mean, they were writing articles in our local paper about how great it was. And starting to talk to community members, we realized that we had a lot of questions, that we needed more information about it. We all actually contacted Matt Ryan, who is our supervisor, told him we wanted a meeting with the company that was doing this, which was the Law Tigers out of Phoenix. He arranged a meeting, which since it was during COVID, it was all on Zoom. And we got, I think it was close to 100 people on the call. There was no one in RV park on that call. We all asked a lot of questions that honestly the developers hadn't thought of. And once they heard our concerns, within a week they pulled out of the project. And that's when I first learned of the role of what the county board does. And I was really impressed with Matt Ryan and how he handled that. And I started learning more about that. This also caused us to build more of a community in Munns Park, around the RV park. We started a progressive Facebook page and a community Facebook page. The community Facebook page allowed us all to share information about what was happening with the park and things that we were concerned about. And it has lasted to this day and just continued to grow. Our progressive group is over 70 members, which for a conservative little enclave like Munns Park feels pretty good. And it's growing every day. That's one way we built a relationship in the community. It's just helped us to all get to know each other. We have regular gatherings now. We are a very tight-knit there. This last winter was a really snowy, as I'm sure you all know. And we all kind of bonded together. We had a mountain lion with 3 cubs in our area, and we had a bear in our area all winter. So the community was very watchful of each other to make sure everybody was okay. When we had excessive snow, we had a couple of residents that got trapped in their homes without power and could not get to warming centers. As a community, we reached out and we helped them. We sent somebody to dig them out and get them over to a house with warmth. I had another neighbor who couldn't get his generator going. So we reached out to him to try to get him to the community center. He wouldn't leave because he has a cat. But, you know, it was one of those things where it made us all a lot tighter. I know everybody in my neighborhood now where I didn't before this. And I know I have a lot of community support in Munns Park, and I'd like to grow that to the other areas by visiting each part of the community going forward. Each part of the district, I should say, and learning what their needs are. I think if we approach it from a nonpartisan level, where you talk to everybody, you know, you don't look at somebody as what party they are or what their views are, but just ask what their needs are. And that's what I would like to do in this position. For work-life balance, well, right now I work a 40-hour week, so I prioritize keeping my time within the bounds of where I need to work. The rest of the time is my time. I get out and twice a day, walk my neighborhoods. My doctor says I should walk 30 minutes a day, so I try to walk 45. And just I talk to people every day, get to know more about my neighbors, stop at the post office, stop everywhere around just to make sure, you know, talk to people, see how they are. I think that answered all of that.
Thank you. Next question. Describe your commitment to inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness and any experience or background that you may have with DEI. How do you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness how would you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness within your district? How would you assist the county in ensuring DEI?
Well, I think that comes down to how you treat people. You know, you treat everybody with respect. You don't look for differences, you look for similarities. And I think that's one of my key responsibilities in this role is to treat everybody with respect. If you see somebody who's not being treated with respect, you should speak out and make sure that they don't have a bad experience. I haven't run into much of that in Munns Park. It seems like a pretty inclusive community. We have lots of local businesses that do like drives for our fire department, drives for clothes and stuff. It's a good community, but I think we could probably go further with that if we have a chance.
Excuse me. Thank you. Next question, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, describe how you see yourself performing the role as a county board of supervisor and in representing the people in your district and the entire county. What do you see as your biggest challenges in representing District 3 and or the county? What have you done to prepare for the possibility of becoming the District 3 supervisor? How would you introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process?
The biggest challenges are probably how rural the district is and how spread out it is, where it's not easily accessible, some parts of it. But as county supervisor, I would travel to all parts of the county. I don't know the schedule here yet to know how many days a week I could do that, but that would be something I would really look forward to. Going out and meeting people in each part of the county, talking to them, seeing what their needs are. I have 2 dogs, so I could picture going to dog parks across the county and talking to people. I think it's a good way to get people out of their bubble. When they see other people, you know, and dogs or just other people with a friendly face, I think people react nicely and talk. And I think that would be a great way to help represent. I've been looking through different parts of the county, you know, looking at what projects are in process now, what is going on, like in Sedona. I've been following the parking garage that was just passed by the city council, I believe last week, and the user-created trails that I think will be a wonderful addition to that area. We go down to Sedona often. You know, when you're in Munns Park, you can either go north or you can go south. And half the time we decide to go south, and especially if it's cold. And so we spend quite a bit of time in Sedona. We do some hiking down there, a lot of our shopping and stuff. Across the region, I see like fire prevention as a big issue that needs to be addressed countywide. I know they're doing some burns of the slash piles near Munns Park this week. They hadn't started when I left, but I'm assuming it will be smoky when I get back. Flood mitigation is another issue. I know Munns Park has had issues with the sewer improvements. We just passed a bond a couple weeks ago that'll now allow us to fix these issues, which I think is amazing. And I watched the last meeting and it looked like it passed by like 68% or something. I was really impressed. So I'm also starting to, like on Facebook, I'm following the Coconino Sheriff's Department, the Coconino Board. I'm looking for newsletters in like Williams, Forest Lakes, where I can see what's going on in the county to know what their issues are, you know, from the public's level. And again, I would travel. I have a driver, my husband, who loves to go and do these things. So we would be a pair going around and talking to people, which I think would be fun for him too. I would also like to maybe use surveys, like where it's a link from the county site where people could go online and maybe tailor questions to different areas in the community so that they can see if they're in Williams, they can then see let me know what issues they would have versus what issues Sedona would have, since everybody seems to have different issues. But I feel like to be a voice for the rural part of Coconino County, since I do live in a rural area, we don't, we don't have city status. So, like road plowing, things like that, or things that are a concern of mine, and my neighbors have mentioned it a lot too. Just having access in the winter. As you know, 7-foot snow berms are kind of hard to get through. So we did it last winter, but we will see what happens this winter. That's it. I think the biggest challenge, I think I said it, but is this how spread out the county. It's all, like Forest Lakes is a ways away, but it's still, I would like to visit all of it.
Thank you. Number 4, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you for being here and applying. Thanks so much. Describe your experience serving on boards, commissions, and other relevant experience. Describe your role both as an individual and on the board, as part of the board, your leadership style, and how you work with others to gain consent, and how you manage working with others that you disagree with.
Well, I do not have a lot of board experience. I've been working for a long time, and my experience is more from my positions like at Shutterfly, where I managed different groups or different projects there to bring them on board, and had to work with our developers, our management, our customers, our programmers, everybody as a group to get projects on board. We did a project for Paradell, which does every door direct marketing, which you can send postcards to individual zip codes within your area. It was something that we wanted to onboard. I spearheaded it and got that, got it all streamlined. Butterfly was then bought by a private equity firm and killed it. But it would have been a great fit. And I think EDM marketing would be an excellent way if I do get this position and need to run for re-election. It's a great way to reach people, and it's very practical. I am also the PC of my area for Munns Park. I think I'm the first Democratic PC there, but I'm not positive. I've also reached out and I'm looking for somebody to be another PC there. I've gotten one of the locals who is applying for that now. I'm also part of the LD7 Democrats, and I'm on the state committee. I don't have any roles on the state committee yet, but I would like to look more into redistricting and like water policies when that becomes available. My leadership style is one of trying to build a consensus. I feel like everybody needs a voice, and that sometimes people just get talked over and don't get a chance to talk. So I would like to be that conduit to try to help assess what the different parts of the community are needing and be able to bring it in front of the board. I'm really good at working with others I disagree with. Not really sure why, but I think, as I said before, if you look at people on a personal level and try to see something good in them or something that you agree about, it just opens it up and people then start talking. I mean, I'll walk into our post office and out of the blue, I'll have somebody start talking. I don't know this person, but it's as long as you're open and friendly, I think people are open to talking. And that's how I see my management style. In Munns Park, we had Katie Hobbs came to do a meet and greet there. One of my letters of recommendation said it was at my house. It was not. It was at one of the other progressives' house there. But I helped to get people out to that. We had over 70 people go up that day and support Katie Hobbs, and it was so fun to meet her. And I would like to be able to do more of that, just public stuff. And I would, again, like to be the voice for the for rural parts of the county. I also have, in the past, it's a while ago, but I've been a Girl Scout leader, the cookie mom. My daughter played volleyball. So when she was young, I was very involved in her activities. As she got older, I started looking for political opportunities in Maricopa County, but I found it wasn't, I guess because it's such a big county, I didn't find it as welcoming as I did when I came up to Coconino County. And here I've had people approach me like to become a PC. I go to most of the Coconino meetings over at the Murdoch Center. I've gotten to know a lot of the Democrats here. I circulate petitions. I've actually got the abortion petition with me if anybody wants to sign. I've just been very active. I've worked for Fieldworks, collecting signatures. And then I worked for Arizona Deserves Better last year, collecting signatures for the Arizona Fair Elections Initiative, which unfortunately did not make it on the ballot. But I like to be involved. I found that I seem to have a gift for organizing. When I worked for Arizona Deserves Better, I was the Northern Arizona coordinator. So I handled everything from Prescott around to Payson, which was a huge area. And no one had been doing it before me. So I came in March and had to set it all up from scratch. I talked to Democratic leaders across the 5, I think, counties here, set up meetings, set up places where we could collect signatures and coordinate it with everybody to make sure that we got this on the ballot. And then I got to travel down to Phoenix to turn in the petitions, and that was just amazing to do. Hope I get to do that again. I think that's it on that one.
All right, thank you. Next question, Supervisor Horstman.
Right, thank you. Are you able to work as a full-time supervisor for Coconino County? Is there anything in your business or personal commitment that would hinder your ability to be a full-time supervisor or your ability to attend board meetings or community meetings? And you understand that these meetings occur on weekdays, weekends, and business and evening hours. And then would you, and you I think answered this, would it be your intent to run for this position if you are appointed to fill the current vacancy? And would there be anything that would prevent you or interfere with your ability to run for this position? And do you have any experience running for office or assisting others running for office? I know some of this you may have answered, but.
Okay. Yes, I would be able to work full-time. As I said, I work full-time right now for a printing company, but it ties me down to a computer all day. Busy or not, I am sitting at a computer. And that is not what I want to be doing. This would be, I've watched your meetings online. I've been reading the newsletters. I'm trying to get up to speed on all this. If I did get the job, I would put in my notice Prisma and would happily start in January doing this. The only thing I would see as a hindrance would be winter weather, because sometimes the roads are not plowed up there, so I might have to attend some meetings via Zoom, but I would make it here as if I could. And yes, I would love to run for this position afterwards. If I was appointed, I would start right away. And after I gave my notice, I would ask Prisma if they would do printing for me. Because they do a lot of printing, so for political signs and stuff. So I would use the EDDM marketing to try to contact people. I would reach out to the different parts of the county, visit. I would travel. This would be a job to me that would be perfect for what I have wanted to do, because it would give me the opportunities to reach out to people, to be part of the community. Running for office, the only I ran for was PC, and that was pretty easy. But I have been getting other requests, like from the Democrats, if I want to run for offices. I would, I would love to do something more, but I like the fact that District 3 is not a huge area. I think it's a good place to start. Like running for, say, against Eli Crane, that's like half the state. And that would be a huge district to cover, and plus we have a good candidate running for that. So Jonathan Nez, I think, will do an amazing job there. Or somebody to run against Wendy Rogers. I haven't heard if there's anybody running against her yet, but I would like to, I know there are 3 Republicans running for this position. So I think it's very important that whoever does get this position does commit to running. Because I think you run from a position of strength when you have the position already and you can prove that you're doing the job. And I think it'd be really hard to run as an outsider in a 50-50 district like we have. So I'd like to keep the board all Democratic.
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Horstman.
Thank her.
I just had a quick follow-up question on it. You've mentioned twice EDM marketing.
Yeah.
For those of us that don't know what that is, could you please elaborate?
Yeah, it's every door direct mail. And what you do is you go in and you look at an area. You can pick a neighborhood. You can pick a zip code or an area. And you set, it doesn't go through the mail. It actually bulks. We print in bulk and then ship it to the end post office, where it then goes with your mail carrier. So your mail carrier then has a stack of postcards or whatever it is, and they drop one in each mail. So it wouldn't hit just Democrats, it would hit everybody. I believe you could target it if you wanted to hit only Democrats, but it's a really good way of marketing that isn't used as much as I think it should be.
Thank you for that clarification. The next question is my question is, do you have any questions for us?
Well, how do you see the role? I mean, what is your day-to-day? I know there's like a meeting, it looks like 1 a week or at least 3 or 4 a month. So, but other than that, what do you all do on a daily basis?
All right,
Is
as
that
chair.
a huge question?
It is, but you have 20 minutes left, so we can go ahead and answer it. I'll just say from my point, so besides the commitment to do 3 board meetings a month, we also each have different committee assignments, and those committees meet at least monthly. And so there's those meetings involved. Then there are the monthly community meetings, like neighborhood watch meetings in our district. So there are various community meetings. And then there's different meetings with different elected officials and different representatives in the community. But it's varied and there is some flexibility. So there are some things as a supervisor that you have to be at or you should be at, per se. And then there's other areas where it's more flexible, and it really depends on 1, your interest in the community, and 2, your work life balance, so your work family life balance. So I'll stop there and I'll pass it on. Anybody else? Supervisor Horstman?
This is easily way beyond a full-time job. And you cannot, although there's flexibility in this, you're talking about putting, 40, 50, 60 hours a week, depending on what's going on. Because involved in all of this is your community outreach and working with members in your community. There's also a number of events that are usually going on, both countywide and also in your specific district. So quite frankly, it's beyond a full-time job and beyond a full-time commitment. In terms of the role of a supervisor, our position really is that of administering the county. We oversee the departments in Coconino County. We oversee the budget. We oversee the special districts. We do not have home rule like the city council has. We follow the state of Arizona statutes and guidelines, and within that, we do what we can to provide laws, if you will, regulations, ordinances for the non-municipal areas here in Coconino County. And then quite frankly, a lot of it is relationship building and working with Forest Service, National Park, the various tribal nations, and working together to try to provide services and to address the issues of the people in our communities.
Thank you. Vice Chair Begay or Supervisor Fowler? Vice Chair Begay?
Yeah, thank you. It is a full-time job and half, and easily you can do 60 hours a week. And so, we do have, we work directly with the county manager, you know, as the board of supervisors, and, you know, having meetings with him, and then also finding out and just setting out, you know, challenges and things like that too. So from there, you know, the staff take over, and you know they pretty much run with the projects. We do work with the fire districts also, and a lot of these fundings are for like for instance, flood mitigations and the fires, and you know, all of this stuff. So it's working with the state and the federal level, you know, to really solicit dollars or advocate for dollars, and just, you know, continuously doing that. And because there are a lot of needs throughout the whole county. So that's part, and plus everything else that Chair and also Patrice had mentioned, you know, but there's a lot to it, you know, and I've really been working with the tribal communities, and some of them are Paiutes, and then some of them is a Hopi tribe, and of course, you know, I have five chapters within the county, so those are very rural areas, and you know, really going out and speaking for the people and listening to them and see what you can do, you know, for them. And a lot of it has to do with transportation issues also, like during the snow time, school bus routes, and you know, just things like that. So you can get a call all hours of the night, and you're up and running. So those types of things are happening, and where we get early morning hours that we travel, you know. So it contains a lot of different aspects of being a role, doing the role of the county supervisor. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, I'm happy that you're interested in this position. It's really a job what you make it. You have your board meetings, you have your committee meetings, you have all of these state, national meetings. But in the end, you're really representing your district, and you work with your district. Each district is very different, and you create your own, you meet the needs of those communities, and how you do it is the way you decide how you're going to do that. And in the process, you just work with all the partners, external partners, as well as within the county and internally.
Thank you. I hope that answered your
does,
question in
thank you.
part. And do you have any other questions for us?
You know what we forgot to say? We
Oh, yes,
spent a
please
lot
do.
of time working with our state partners, our representatives down there, to advocate on behalf of our interests up here in Coconino County. Forgot to say that, as well as on the federal level.
Yes, and the other piece I would add to it is if there's a fire or flood emergency situation in the county, be prepared to be working 24/7, because it does get a little busy, and so just be prepared. Do you have any other questions for us?
I have a comment from what Judy said. When I worked for Arizona Deserves Better, I did travel up on the reservation to collect signatures. I fell in love with the people. It was just an amazing experience. I was only up there for a day, but so many people came and signed our petition, and were just so trusting. I had one man come up to me because we were by the community center in Page, and he said, "Oh, I need to pay for my trash, you know, to throw away trash." And I said, "Oh, they're closed. They should be back in a few minutes." And he hands me his money. He said, "Can you pay it for me?" And walks away, which I did. And the lady was like, "Oh, that's so sweet." But it was just an amazing experience, and I'm hoping to be able to do more of that because I find the more people I meet, the richer my life is too. It's like, under COVID, I think a lot of people were just kind of sequestered away. We didn't have much contact. I mean, living, in Munns Park, we were really isolated there. So, it was nice to finally get people out and moving and, get to see people again. So I think people are more open about that, and I'm hoping that that would make it an easier job to help connect the county.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any questions or comments from the board? All right. Well, thank you very much. We
you.
really appreciate you applying for the position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay, if we can take a 10-minute break, will that be enough? And then we can start at 10 o'clock for the next interview? Or is that too early for our next candidate? We'll break until 10, and if the candidate's not here, then we'll wait a little longer. Thank you. Yes, good afternoon or good morning, everyone. Still morning. Mr. Ringenberry, if you could please give a comment about the public court portal.
Absolutely, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. We did want to notify the public and make sure that you're all aware that the public comment portal is still active online. To access that public portal for a comment on any of the candidates, you can go to coconino.az.gov, and there's a very attractive banner on the front page that'll take you directly to all of the candidates' biographical information and a place for you to place any public comments. That will remain open through this process, and we will provide the board an update after the conclusion of the 5th and final interview today.
Great, thank you for that update. And with that, we have our next candidate, Eric Eikenberry. Please come to the podium.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board.
Good morning. Thank you for being here today and your interest in applying to District 3 position. This is an important decision for the Board of Supervisors to fill the vacancy of Supervisor Matt Ryan, who has served the county and the District 3 well for 27 years. This is a public meeting, so members of the public can listen to the questions and answers. We therefore ask that in order to preserve the integrity of our questions, that each candidate agree that they will not listen in or be informed of the questions the board asks, or to listen to any candidate's answers. We want to preserve an equal playing field for each candidate. So now I'll have the board introduce themselves. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair, District 1.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for being here this morning. Patrice Horseman, and I'm the supervisor for District 1.
District 4.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
District 5.
Nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. The board has a number of candidates to interview for this position. Each candidate will be asked the same questions, and each candidate will be given 45 minutes to answer the questions. Each supervisor will take turns asking the questions and the subsections to the questions. The board does reserve the right to follow up on questions or ask for clarifications. If you need clarification on our question, please feel free to let us know. To make it easier for you, we are providing you a copy of the questions and ask that you leave the copy in the room after the interview. We have 5 questions and subparts to each question. Each supervisor will read the question and the subparts. You will have written questions in front of you to refer to as you are thoroughly answering the questions. To ensure that you get all 5 questions in 45 minutes, it's important that you manage your time for each answer, and we would recommend that you reserve some time so that at the end of our questions, you can ask us any questions. If you want to reserve 5 to 6 minutes at the end, you will have about 5 to 6 minutes to answer each question. Some questions you may want to spend more time on your answer. For some questions, your answer might be fairly short. So please manage your time and answer the questions as you see fit. To be fair to all, we will conclude the interview after 45 minutes. Before we begin with the questions, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself.
Well, okay. Good morning. I'm Eric Eikenberry, as you know. Glad to be here, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Well, let's see. I'm a native Arizonan and been in Williams for the last 42 years. And I've just done a lot of stuff. And I think some of that will come out as I answer the questions. And I think that'll be the best way for me to introduce you is during the course of the questions. Is that okay with you all?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. In that case, Supervisor Horseman, please ask the first question.
All right, we'll start right in. I'm going to read the question in the subparts. What do you believe is the role of a county supervisor? And what qualities or past experiences do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? And how do you build a relationship with your community, District 3? And how would you achieve a work-life balance?
Great questions. Well, now, the role of a county supervisor, actually statutorily, I know that you all are charged with setting budgets and policies and making sure that employees and staff and those people live up and live within those budgetary guidelines. That's certainly the most basic thing. What is the qualities that I possess that make me the best candidate? Well, let me say this. I know that you as a board will hire whomever you feel is the best candidate. That might be me. I hope it is. But if it's not, I applaud you and really encourage that you find the very best candidate, because I assure you, I want what is best for this county. And if there's someone that can do a better job than I can, by all means, that's the person that should be doing it, because I do love this county. I've been here a long time, and I've done a lot of different things that I think make me uniquely qualified to relate to everybody, just about everybody that lives here. As you know, I'm sure you've seen my resume, and you know I've been involved in a lot of things. Actually, in 1981, when I graduated college at Arizona State, I don't know how many of you remember, but back then interest rates were 20%. And I could not find a job. My wife got a job teaching in Ashford, my then wife. We moved to Williams. Could not find a job. I had a friend in Yuma as a labor contractor, so I went down to Yuma and worked in the fields. I worked with the migrant workers. I drove a lettuce truck. Hardest working people on the planet, and I have so much respect for them. The job of Chamber of Commerce Director became open in Williams, and I applied and got that job, and that job changed my life and my worldview. I got a taste of public service. I worked with the local businesses. I put on special events. Back then, you may recall, we were not bypassed yet. The freeway came right down through downtown Williams. You literally could not have a conversation on that sidewalk because of all the 18-wheelers and the dust and the exhaust and the fumes. And it was tough. And oh, by the way, in 1984, October 13th, we got bypassed. I was actually the master of ceremonies for that. I closed Route 66 for America. So I have a wealth of information that and experience that helps me connect with our constituents. I got into building. I built my own house, the house I live in now. I built myself. Actually, my wife and I then, we lived in a tent while I built the house, and she was pregnant. So the very first thing I built was an outhouse. You can imagine why. So I ultimately became a general contractor, and then I got into higher education. And I have supervised every academic program that a college offers. And I've done distance learning, and I've done vocational. I've overseen automotive, welding, construction, culinary. And so I'm mentioning all this because I can meet people where they are, and I can I can establish common ground and thereby trust. And we can have meaningful conversations about what they're striving for in their lives and what some of their obstacles are. And I'm a good problem solver. But more than that, I see myself being in this job as a problem finder. And I don't mean to condescend and think, I don't know not that I'm going to come and save the day, but I do have a good perspective on things. How would I build a relationship with my community? I've done that by being involved. I don't know if you've been to Williams, but the gunfights that they do downtown, I wrote those shows some 30 years ago, and I've been a train robber and an entertainer. And I love doing that stuff. As you can tell, I'm rather introverted, that's how you build relationships. And I've written shows that have been to raise funds for example, the memorial there in the west end of town. We had a fundraiser for that statue. And I relate to folks on a lot of different levels. I'm a Vietnam era veteran. I was in the United States Marine Corps. And I didn't go to Vietnam. Actually, I went to Rota, Spain. And perdóneme, por favor, pero quisiera decir algo. Yo hablo el español y yo aprendí en España. Pero yo tengo un problema con mi español. Yo aprendí en Andalucía y por eso tengo acento de los andaluces. And for those that don't speak Spanish, I just poked fun at the fact I do speak Spanish, but I learned in southern Spain. And in southern Spain, the Andalusians have a very unique way of speaking. It's kind of a lisp, which they adopted because a king back then had that lisp, and they didn't want to offend that king. And so, but it survived all these decades later. Okay, I got to move it along because I've got 4 more questions. And if I keep talking like this, we'll be here all night. And how do I achieve work-life balance? You know, that's been a tough one for me. It really has. And that's something that worries me about this. If I get this appointment, the one thing that worries me is I'll burn myself out because I jump in with both feet. I love working. And I had never planned to retire. It says retired. I'm not really retired. My last job, I worked at Camp Navajo. And I worked with veterans and Air National Guard and Army National Guard. And I'm, as you know, I'm a veteran myself. And one of the greatest pleasures I had was going up to the chapter house meetings on the res, both on the Navajo reservation and the Hopi res, and working with veterans and their families and helping them achieve and solve problems up there. And I would still be doing that job. I loved that job, but that program was ended nationally in June of 2020, right in the middle of COVID. Well, that wasn't really the best time to look for a job. So I said, fine, I guess I'll just retire. Although I still own a lot of equipment. I own every tool known to man. I was a licensed GC. I did commercial and residential building. And I still own skid steer, and people still hire me to dig a trench or do this, but I'm always careful not to compete with licensed general contractors. I've given up my license and I know all about that. So I just do kind of small stuff. I plow snow. And so to say I'm retired, sure, officially, I guess I am, but I'm not really. All right. I probably talked your ears off. Let's move on to the next one.
Thank you. All right. Could you please describe your commitment to inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness in any experience or background that you may have with DEI? How would you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness within your district? And how would you assist the county in ensuring DEI?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm very proud to let you know that I serve on the governing board of Coconino Community College. And I was a member of the board. I had an appointment back in 2007 that lasted 2 years, and then I was not on the board. I went up to Utah and was the state director of a federal jobs grant, Department of Labor jobs grant. But anyway, I've come back, obviously. And I did get appointed and then elected to the job, to the board. And while I was on that board, I was a member of the board, and the board that I was on, we wrote the DEI policy for the college. And so proud of that. And it is making a difference. You know, CCC is Nasante, a Native American serving non-tribal institution. And we work very hard to make sure that we're trying to make our staff and faculty reflect our student body. 40% of our students are of underserved and of color. We're very proud of that fact, and those numbers are growing. And the DEI statement that we wrote, that I was involved in helping to write, has prompted our HR department. We now do specialized training in cultural awareness and how to deal with cultural differences. And you know, diversity is not just a physical, and obviously there's a lot of diversity out there. Diversity can be race and gender and sexual orientation and those kinds of things. But diversity also comes in the form of economic status, things we don't see in employment and in training and education, worldview. That's also diversity. So I think the question, how would I promote diversity at DEI? I don't know what this county is doing insofar as with respect to our employees and staff. If you were doing diversity training, that would be certainly a starting point. If it's not already being done, please forgive me if you're already doing that. And I think that's, you know, awareness is so important right off the bat. And then modeling that. I as I told you, I've worked with everyone. I grew up in Eloy, does anybody know where Eloy is? Has anybody even heard of Eloy? Really? I'm surprised. And I'm pleased, thank you. And it's a tough town to grow up in. And as you know, I was a minority. Sometimes I feel like you know, actually looking at this board, I think you need some diversity. You need a white man on this board. So I hope you have a sense of humor. if anything's going to get me in trouble in this position, it's my attempts at humor. It's, so anyway, thank you. Well, anyway, I'll just stop it right there. Before I get into any more trouble.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Next question, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again. My question is, describe how you see yourself performing the role as a county board of supervisor and in representing the people within your district and the entire county. What do you see as your biggest challenges in representing District 3 and or the county? What have you done to prepare for the possibility of becoming a board of supervisor? How would you introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process?
Great questions. How would I see myself performing the role as a county supervisor? I think I would perform the role the same way that I performed my role as providing distance education for the county of Yavapai. My territory was from Black Canyon City all the way up to Seligman, over to the mines in Baghdad, Ashwork, and every place in between. I didn't waltz into these towns and say, "Hi, I'm the guy from the college, and here's what you need." Not at all. I waltzed into those towns and I said, "What do you need? What's going on? How can we help?" And as a result, we did EMT and fire science classes in Mayer for their volunteer fire department. We did instrumentation courses at what was then called Cypress Baghdad. It's now Phelps Dodge. And it was me going in there and asking the right questions, finding out what are those needs? How do I serve you? How do we meet those needs? That's the way I approached that job. By golly, we did a lot of we started a career skills program in Prescott Valley, the center at which I helped build, by the way. We found that it was entry-level employees, primarily women, who were having trouble breaking into the workforce. And we created an environment where going to school was like going to a job. They had to be there on time. I mean, it was amazingly successful. I helped develop NARDA, Northern Arizona Regional Training Academy, where many of our deputies in this county got their certifications. And believe me, every time I get pulled over for speeding, one of the first questions, "Hey, you didn't happen to go to NARDA, did you?" "Oh, yeah." "Did you know Joe Capelli?" "Yeah." It's gotten me out of a few citations, let me tell you. But it's really a fact-finding mission. And again, because I have been involved in so many things, I have a pretty good insight on possible solutions. And not to presume that I know everything. In fact, that's the thing. It's asking the right questions. And what was it? I'll skip to the third part. How would I introduce a larger audience to? It's about identifying the problem, and it's about buy-in. It's about getting a large audience of people who are familiar with what the issue is and getting their input. Now they have ownership. And now they're involved. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to necessarily get their way, or the solution that we end up coming up with is what they necessarily wanted. But hopefully all of us can see that what we came up with was the best solution, and the one that does satisfy all of the competing needs. Well, finally, what did you do? What have I done to prepare for this? Well, I didn't specifically set out to prepare for this. I used to see Matt Ryan and Williams all the time, and I'd think, man, what a job that guy has. I'd love to have that job. Of course, I never dreamed that I would ever, run against him in the primary. No way. It's Matt Ryan. You kidding? But I like Matt. I've known Matt for decades, and I respect the work he's done, and it's a big pair of shoes to fill, I tell you. I'd like to try. But I think just my life experiences has prepared me for this possibility. It's not that I specifically thought, in fact, I never thought this would happen. And yet here I am, and delighted.
Thank you. Next question, Supervisor Fowler.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much for being here and having interest in this position. Describe your experience serving on boards, which you did quite a bit, and or commissions and any other relevant experience. Your role both as an individual and as a board member. Your leadership style, if you would describe that, how you work with others to gain consensus, which you talked about a while ago also, and how you manage working with others that disagree with you.
Well, no one ever disagrees with me. I'm always right. So,
Yeah, no one disagrees with me either, so.
yeah, as you know, yes, I currently serve on the Board of Governors at Coconino Community College, a position that I love. And by the way, I want you to know that I did let each and every one of my fellow board members know of my plans to apply for this position, and let them know, of course, the president as well. I let our county superintendent know as well, because if I understand that if I am appointed, I can only do one or the other, and this would be my choice. Although I must say, I will sorely miss being on the board of the college. I mean, my heart, I'm 20 years in higher ed. I do know the way that colleges work. But that said, by the way, I do have a lot of experience as a college employee. And as a board member, I must tell you, it is tempting to want to come in and say, this is the way it needs to be done. But that's not my role. My role is not to micromanage. And I know that my role in this position is not to micromanage. I would never do anything to undermine the credibility or the authority of our county manager. I know that that's where the buck stops right there. Although I would like to be out there finding problems and bringing it to the attention of both our county manager and to you, the board, for possible consideration. So yeah, I do get it. And here's a quick story. We just had the marathon, the college did. Are you aware of that? We had a very successful fundraiser. And I take full responsibility for this. My fault entirely. I did not inform the president's assistant that I was going to go to see if I could volunteer. And I show up, and there I am. I'm talking with Dr. White, Nat White, the chair of our board, and great conversation. And oh boy, here comes Joey Smith from Page. His wife was running. We now have a quorum. And that is a violation of the open meeting laws, which I was well aware of, and I left immediately. I did not want to risk any dispersions cast upon the college for that reason. My fault entirely. Had I let them know in advance, they could have posted that it's a meeting, and that, this could happen, although no business. You know the routine. So I do understand open meeting laws. I understand how that works and how we have to be careful. How I don't think very many of us are going to go hang out after a meeting very often or ever. And moving on to my leadership style. Well, I take my role seriously, but I don't take myself seriously. I do like a little bit of deprecating humor and those kinds of things. I find that I do try. Look, using humor doesn't mean I don't find situations that are serious. I mean, there's a time and a place, but I do like to try to keep things a little bit light. It just lubricates the process and makes it easier for us all to get to the heart of the issue. So that's my style. And I like to lead by asking questions. Now, frankly, if I'm in a leadership role and I'm trying to get somewhere, I ask questions that I pretty much know the answer to, because I hope to guide and lead that conversation to the conclusion that I want, which leads us into how do I get along with folks that disagree with me? Well, I don't. No, I'm kidding. Let's see there. That I tell you, my sense of humor is what's going to get me in trouble. No, you know what I will say. Truly, this has happened not often. We've got a pretty good board there, and I will come to a board meeting with an idea, with what I think we should do, and there's a particular board member, and we have differed, and I listen, and I'll be doggone, but I was swayed. I moved a little bit to the left or to the right or whatever. I moved and said, yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I hadn't actually thought of that. But the best part about being on a board is if we make a wrong decision, I have the other board members I can blame.
That's the reason why Matt's not here.
All right, anything else on question number 4? Or would you like to
Let's
move on?
see. Did I cover it? How do I work with others to gain consensus? Well, you know what? We haven't always gotten consensus. I try to. And again, it's the questioning process and just look, here's my point. And if they're intractable, so be it. We have a split vote. And may I also say, if I'm on the losing end, once that decision is made, I support it fully. You don't go out and say, well, you know, this is what we're doing, but I never wanted to do that. You know, that's not the way boards work. You are a board. I know that as an individual, I have no power. We have power only as a board. We have one employee, and that employee in my situation is the president. And we support the president and do everything we can to make his job easier, make him effective. Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, question number 5, Supervisor Horseman.
All right, it's me again. So, and you, one of the items we were going to cover, you do acknowledge, and you would, if you were selected and appointed, that you would need to resign from the board at CCC. You can't hold 2 public offices. And then, of course, leaving a vacancy for the Board of Supervisors to fill.
Yes.
All right, so get that out of the way. Are you able to work full-time for Coconino County as a supervisor? And is there anything in your business or personal commitments that would hinder your ability to be a full-time supervisor or your ability to attend board meetings and community meetings? Understanding, of course, which I'm sure you do, these meetings occur on weekdays, weekends, and business as well as evening hours. And if you did get the position, would it be your intent to run for this position? And would there be anything that would prevent you or interfere with your ability to run for the position? And do you have any experience running for office or assisting others in running for office?
Good questions. I am available to work full-time. I must say that this appointment, if I am selected, it will be life-changing. I get it. I must say, well, my job at Camp Navajo ended in 2020, and I've had 3 years of I guess quasi-retirement, that sort of thing. I've gotten used to doing what I want when I want. I must say it's kind of a luxury, but it's gotten a little flat. Look, I like being challenged. I like being I like doing something that makes a difference. And I know that this is going to be a 7-day-a-week job, probably. I actually had a conversation with Matt about the position. I called him. I've known Matt. I gave him a call and say, what, you know, am I going to get calls at 2 a.m? My neighbor's dog won't stop barking. What are you going to do about it? And so I have a feel for what I'm getting into. I don't know completely. I'm a little anxious about it. But as far as the time, my time is my time. I have told, I have a number of snowplow accounts, and I have said, folks, if I get appointed, you're going to have to find somebody else. I'm not going to be out plowing snow. I'm going to have to give up a lot of construction kinds of things. Which is fine. You know, I've been doing this for 30 years, for crying out loud, and really looking forward to some new challenges. So the answer in a word is yes, I have time. Is there anything in my business or personal commitments to hinder? No, I would have to inform people. Actually, I do. I will have there will be occasions where there'll be someone that wants some help, and I'll have some free time, I'm sure, and I'll help somebody. I do hope that doesn't create any kind of appearance of a conflict, I would defer to the board's expertise and advice on that. If I went out and dug a trench for a neighbor or something like that, I don't know. I would be careful about those kinds of things, I assure you. And yeah, I get it. Weekends, weekdays, I mean, I go to retreats with the current board and those kinds of things. Just got back from Vegas on a national conference. Hopefully we have conferences in Vegas, huh? I'll work on that. Okay, and would it be my intent to fill this vacancy in the election? Yeah, that's one thing that it's sobering for me to think that if I get this appointment, I will literally hit the ground running for election in an election year. And I guess that's okay. I know I got to go out and get signatures, and I want to go out and meet and greet the folks anyway, but I'm a little dismayed that, oh yeah, he's doing this because he's running for election. No, I'm doing this because I want to do the job. I'm doing this because I want to find out what's going on. I want to be a help. I want to be I want to be your representative, your supervisor. But I get it. It's an election year, and we want this seat to stay in the party that's in. I do. And I have, as I live in Williams. You probably know it's a pretty conservative town, but I think I'm well liked there. I certainly well known. It doesn't always work in my favor. And I have talked with the council members and former mayor John Moore, who ran for Congress as a Republican congressman, and he wrote me a letter of endorsement. So I think that gives you some idea that even though I am a Democrat and living in a town of primarily Republicans, I think I won't get 100% of support, of course not, but I will get some. I think people know who I am. They know I'm a hard worker, and they know here's another reason that motivates me to apply for this job. I'm sick of the extreme partisanship that we are all seeing. I don't like the extreme right, and I don't like the extreme left either. And I'm not, I think we need some normal, sane people to take, well, I'm sane. I don't know if I'm normal, but to do this work. And that's one of my motivations is I think I have critical thinking skills. And I may not agree with every democratic principle that we embrace as a party, but I think I can make critical thinking decisions, and I think that people recognize that and respect that, and they would give me a chance to continue in this position if appointed. There would be nothing that would prevent me to run for this position. Do I have experience? The office that I'm in now is nonpartisan. So I don't think that really qualifies. And so the answer, no, I have not. This would be the very first partisan job that I've ever had. And I would look forward to any advice that any of you could share with me on how to run an effective campaign. I know that former President Nez is running for office. I like him so much. I want to help him. I've told Keith Ruckus, I've told Keith that I want to be on his go-to list. I want to bring to his attention events in Williams that he might want to attend. So I guess in that respect, I plan to help. And I just think the world of that fella. So, and his wife, she serves on our foundation board at the college. Anyway, I think that covers that question.
Great, thank you. Now, do you have any questions for us?
I have a question for you, Chair Vasquez.
Sure.
So tell me, how was it getting appointed?
It is definitely a life-changing endeavor.
Did you have a pretty steep learning curve? Have you had successes and failures? Is there a difference between being elected and being appointed that you've noticed?
Well, I've done both. I will say that being appointed was definitely a large learning curve. For me, coming from education and then going into this role, It really was about learning the authority that we have as Board of Supervisors and helping guiding conversation. Like for me, when I came in, I wasn't completely comfortable with that, and it took me a little while to ease in. But we were thrown with so many issues right off the bat. It's like you have to hit the ground running. And as you know, being on a board takes a lot of homework, learning the issues. I like to describe it as I like to play chess. And so I like to describe it as 20 different simultaneous games of chess. But the thing that I've learned over this process is the games aren't individual, they're interconnected. And so a move in one chessboard or one chess game will impact another. And so it's really about staying on top of it, being informed, communicating, and just keeping your ear to the ground and being responsive to the community.
Last question I'll ask you, Chair Vasquez, if someone were offered an appointment to serve on this board, would you recommend that they take it?
I think that if someone took the opportunity to apply and they were offered the position, then I would recommend that they take it, because it is a grueling process to even to get to the point where you're at. It does take a lot to throw yourself out there and really, interview publicly to the community. That takes a lot. And so my recommendation would be yes, if offered the position, I would take it.
Well, I want to assure you, the board, that if you do offer this appointment to me, I absolutely will take it wholeheartedly, and you're going to get your money's worth. You won't be sorry.
Thank you. Are there any follow-up questions or comments from board members?
Thank you. I want to commend, by the way, your staff has been just so helpful and they've kept me informed every step of the way. They're so polite. And I thank you, Corey and Sue and everyone that's been involved. You've got some good folks here. I can tell that already. And that reduces any apprehension right off the bat, just knowing you've got superior staff and faculty, or I say faculty, pardon me. That's, yeah.
We do, and they make us look good. So that's the good news.
I do have one cautionary note. The board has informed me that if I do get this position, better watch out for payback. Okay.
Well, since I came from the college, past President Smith said the county owes college.
That's right.
So paybacks are.
Now we're going to owe them twice if we go this way.
All right.
All right. Well, thank you. Really appreciate the interview and look forward to having some good discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so very much. Thank you all.
All right. Well, thank you. We will, how are people doing on time? Do we need 10, 15 minutes before the next interview? Let's do a 10-minute break and start at, what time is it now? At 10:51, 10 minutes. All right. Thank you. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone. This is an important decision for the Board of Supervisors to fill Supervisor Matt Ryan's position, who has served the county and district well for 27 years. This is a public meeting, so members of the public can listen to the questions and answers. We therefore ask that in order to preserve the integrity of our questions, that each candidate agree that they will not listen in or be informed of the questions the board will ask or listen to any candidate's answers. We want to preserve an equal playing field for each candidate. Now we'll have the board introduce themselves. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair. District 1.
Yes, hello, and thank you for your interest. Good to see you. Patrice Horseman. I'm the supervisor for District 1.
District 4.
Thank you for being here. And Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
District 5.
District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Thank you. The board has a number of candidates to interview for this position. Each candidate will be asked the same questions, and each candidate will be given 45 minutes to answer the questions. Each supervisor will take turns asking the questions and the subsections to the questions. The board does reserve the right to follow up on questions or ask for clarifications. If you need clarification on our question, please feel free to let us know. To make it easier for you, we are providing you a copy of the questions and ask that you leave the copy in the room after the interview. We have 5 questions and subparts to each question. Each supervisor will read the question and the subparts. You will have the written questions in front of you to refer to as you are thoroughly answering the question. To ensure that you get all 5 questions in 45 minutes, it's important that you manage your time for each answer, and we would recommend that you reserve some time so that at the end of our questions, you can ask us any questions. If you want to reserve 5 to 6 minutes at the end, you will need about 5 to 6 minutes to answer each question. Some questions you may want to spend more time on your answer. For some questions, you may be fairly short. So please manage your time and answer the questions as you see fit. Before we begin with the questions, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself.
Good morning, all. Thank you very much for having me here. My name is Nicholas Hanley. I'm going to be completely transparent. I do work for the county. I am currently getting my PhD in global leadership at Pepperdine University. It is a hybrid program. Next semester is my last full semester of coursework. So from then on, it's just dissertation, which means that I don't have to worry about flying to California for classes or having to do additional work, which allows me more free time to invest myself in helping the community and helping the county at large. I also have worked for the United Nations when I lived in New York as an intern for the Department of Global Communications, helping to foster and facilitate the Sustainable Development Goals. I did it through helping create events such as the International Day of Sport and helping volunteer for events like World Autism Day and taking general meeting notes with partnerships with external organizations. I received my master's at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. My master's is in human rights. And then, of course, I got my bachelor's in criminal justice from Northern Arizona University and my associates, which I'm very proud of, from Coconino Community College. I've lived in the community for well over 10 years. I have a very well thought out understanding of what I think matters in the community. And also I'm very good at listening and trying to work with everyone, not just for myself, to make sure that everyone is represented at the table, specifically those who cannot speak for themselves or feel that their voices have been silenced. That's always been my thing, is to make sure that people, no matter what, feel included. Inclusivity is the most important thing to me. So thank you again.
Thank you. We really appreciate that. So now we'll start off with question number 1, Supervisor Horseman.
Thank you, and thanks, Nick, for being here. Nico, I should say, for being here, sorry. And first question is, what do you believe is the role of a county supervisor? What qualities or past experience do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? how do you build a relationship with your community, District 3, and how do you achieve a work-life balance?
So I believe the role of a county supervisor is to represent all the people in their district, regardless of whether or not those people voted for that person, as well as help represent the county in general. I believe that it is the county supervisor's role to also strongly understand and try to look at the information and facts that are presented from the county to them and do their own research, as well as to completely invest a lot of their energy and their time into making sure that everyone in the community can be served to the best of my ability. That's what I would do. Um, I believe strongly in achieving work-life balance means that making sure that people can know that as a county supervisor that you're accessible, but also know that there are points where you have to reach out to the county or other boards and external organizations for the best knowledge possible to be able to make the best decisions possible, including working with the board to do that as well. I'm also part of the Ponderosa Trails HOA. I was appointed in 2017, and then I left in 2018 when I got my master's acceptance into New York, and then I recently got elected back onto the Ponderosa Trails HOA board. And so I noticed when I'm at their board meetings what's important to their community, and I also hear outside of that community what's important to others, because that community really values the understanding of knowing that it's not just what our community wants, it's what all the communities around us want. I believe in working hard to achieve this through just, again, working together and making sure that we can achieve these goals.
Chair, could I ask a follow-up question on that?
Please do.
Nico, I don't think you answered that. How do you build a relationship with your community, District 3? And you know, District 3 is a huge, as all of our districts, with the exception of Geronimo's, are big districts and geographically. And so how do you see yourself being able to build a relationship within District 3?
I think it's important to be able to attend functions and boards within the community and try to listen to the people within the community. I think that this means definitely by having community events or attending local events or meetings within the community that can help foster that relationship and that growth. And that also includes working with the board, because the board also knows what's important in their communities could possibly be important, you know, in other communities. There's a lot of I would say there's a lot of similarities as well as differences. And so just being able to kind of work across with the board and within the community with other people can help foster that. So that would mean traveling to places like Williams or Sedona, or traveling to other communities within the county, to specifically within District 3, and really make the effort to build those relationships with them, such as attending board meetings, again, like with local HOAs, or such as, you know, knocking door to door on houses, you know, of course, at appropriate times, and trying to get the information of like, what do these neighbors care about? What's important to the community?
All right, thank you. Next question, number 2. Describe your commitment to inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness in any experience or background that you may have with DEI. How would you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness within your district? How would you assist the county in ensuring diversity, equity, and inclusion?
I believe strongly in making sure that everyone is represented at the table. Obviously, not everyone's going to get what they want. But that doesn't mean that we can't work hard, and that I can't work hard to try to ensure that people's voices are heard, and that people know that they can also feel like that they can stand up for themselves if they can, and speak on behalf of their community if they are able to. And if they are not, have somebody like me or someone else, you know, within that community proudly stand up and do that. I really have a strong core sense of ethics when it comes to inclusivity and equity. I guess the best way to put it is most of the people in my life, I've always had the opportunity of being able to listen to their stories and hear where they came from. And everyone not only has a different story, but they have different struggles. But the uniqueness of it all is that it actually has this underlying connectedness. And I always say that it doesn't matter, where you are, what you pray and what you believe in. We all cry, we all smile, we all get angry, we all have the same emotions at the end of the day. So I believe that one way of doing that is just by, being that person that can bring people together. And when I worked for Amnesty International as a chapter president, that was my main goal, was making sure that everyone was represented in the community, not just in AU, but Flagstaff at large and even above and beyond, because I really believe that in order to achieve human rights, in order to achieve equality for all, I know it sounds very sappy, but we must all come together and we must all learn to work together and figure out what each other's differences are. And so I used to put on a human rights conference for Amnesty International yearly. It was free and there was free food. We would try to be as inclusive as possible by bringing people onto campus that were from other communities to speak on behalf of the issues that they faced or that they feel is important to them, including having NAU students come together. We had an LGBTQA speak out panel every year. We always provided free food. It was free of charge. Anyone could come. It was open and welcome. And we would have these workshops that people would sit down together and kind of just talk about how their perspectives are unique and how kind of like as a web, if you think of it as a web, like everyone may have differences, but at the end, those differences can connect to other people's differences. And there could be a similarity in celebrating that. And rather than just, I'm a strong supporter in believing that we are all connected somehow. And I believe that the other thing that Amnesty really did was that they had these storytelling sessions when I would go to their conferences with my group that represented Amnesty in Flagstaff. And all they would do is just tell stories of what they went through, and people would listen. And I can tell you, like, that's the most important thing, is just listening. I think that listening and trying to understand and being that voice for them, obviously within reason, is important. So.
Thank you. Next question, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you for being here. My question is, describe how you see yourself performing the role as a county board of supervisor and in representing the people in your district and the entire county. What do you see as your biggest challenges in representing your district and or the county? What have you done to prepare for the possibility of becoming a District 3 supervisor? How would you introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process?
The biggest issue that I can foresee, especially for my generation, is housing. Housing is just increasingly out of reach for so many. I'm very lucky in the sense that I have housing, but I know that many are not. And it's not just something I think that Flagstaff faces, I think the entire country faces. And so one of my main goals would be to try to ensure that we could expand housing opportunities for all and do it in a way that is very inclusive, and making sure that everyone has access to it, knowing that there are barriers to achieve to that. I do have a real estate license and I had to take real estate classes, so I kind of have learned a little bit from the other side of what that looks like. So I would hope that maybe I could take some of my expertise, because I'm going to be honest, I'm not like a complete expert, but I think I know enough to be able to bring to the table and work with others within the community to try to help achieve those things. I also see fire and flood as a major issue within the community. And I want to make sure that first off, I just want to commend the county. I think that they do an incredible job, including the board, like tackling these issues. I'm very surprised because this community seems to work really well with the state, the federal government, and the city on achieving these goals of trying to make sure that everyone is safe and that emergencies are tackled on head on. And so I really just think that's amazing just to see because I believe if we work together, we can achieve way more than we could if we didn't. I see myself as someone who really tries to want to work with the community and the people within the community on the daily basis and the board. I believe that while we all have different beliefs and different issues, again, like there's an underlying similarity to all those that we just all want to help people. And our goal is to do that either as seamlessly as possible or trying to ensure that when we do that, we're able to kind of cut through the weeds, if that makes sense. So I really want to just be someone who can be that advocate for the community and do it from a way that is being very mindful and understanding of all and not just I just believe strongly in being that. So that's what I would do.
Thank you. All right, next question, number 4, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Describe your experience serving on boards, commissions, and other relevant experiences. Your role both as an individual and as a board member. And also describe your leadership style and how you work with others to gain consensus and how you manage working with others that disagree with you.
So I served on the Ponderosa Trails HOA board back in 2017 for a year, and then I'm serving again. And then obviously I helped with Amnesty International, working with them and with the UN. I believe strongly that in working together, not only can we achieve more, but the one way that I do it is I try to look for ways that we can cut through differences and try to bring together consensus on an issue. So whether that issue would be ensuring transportation access, ensuring the ability to have fire prevention. I know that recently on our board, we were talking about issues of, transportation for bimodal and bikes and making sure that, access to trails and things were clearly present and how people would be able to have access to those and making sure that it's done correctly. I would say that my leadership style is very, it's interesting because like the program I'm in, they teach you a lot about this and almost everyone like out the gate says, I'm this. And 3 years in, I still don't know. I would like to say I'm constructive, which means I like to build consensus and I like to work with other people to try to achieve common goals and common things. But there's a little bit of transformative in me. I like to I like to break things and make change, but I also believe like if you're going to break something, you got to put it back together or figure out what your next step is. You can't just destroy something and leave. That's not how I work. That's not who my parents taught me to be. And then I see myself as someone who just, as a servant leader, really someone who wants to lead from behind and let the people, the followers. That's the one thing that we really learn in our program is that followership is everything. You can be a leader, but if you don't have people following you, believing in you, more importantly, if you don't believe in the people, then what are you here for? Because I just remember one of my professors saying that recently to us, and it just stuck with me because people don't talk like that anymore. And she kind of, just out the gate said it, and the whole class just kind of went silent. But I'll always remember that as a positive step forward into saying like, you're here for a reason. So show us, don't tell us, show us.
All right, thank you. Next question, Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you. And question number 5. Are you able to work as a full-time supervisor for Coconino County? Is there anything in your business or personal commitments that would hinder your ability to be a full-time supervisor or your ability to attend board meetings and community meetings, understanding that these meetings occur on weekdays, weekends, during business hours, and certainly during evening hours? And would it be your intent to run for this position if you were appointed to fill the current vacancy? And would there be anything that would prevent you or would interfere with your ability to run for the position? And lastly, do you have any experience running for office or assisting others that have run for office?
So next semester is my last full course semester of taking classes, but the way that it runs is that I only meet twice a semester physically in person in California. And it's usually on the weekends. So I'm usually done by Sunday and I'm out by Monday. So nothing would really hinder me from being able to sit in board meetings and help reach out to the community and attend other community meetings. I do plan on running again, or not again, but I do plan on running. And I think that what would be important is to make sure that, when I say this, I'm going to run from a position of, of running for all people and hopefully working with the board and and being able to achieve the goals before that, that they want to achieve. That way, when I do run, like I have a little bit more experience behind my belt, if that makes sense. I'm gonna be honest, like when I did the Ponderosa Trails, it wasn't really like knocking on doors running elections or running for the board. It was more so just me putting my name in and kind of having a sort of like they just put our name in and then they sent it out to the people and then the people voted. So I don't really have that much experience per se, but because I've worked for the UN and well, actually, I did run for PRISM, the NAU's LGBTQ club, as an advocacy officer, and I won in a tie with someone else. So we both served for about a semester. And then in my own organization, we did have elections, but the elections we had were not really, they were more for like other positions because there was not a lot of people in our organization. So in order to stay like within NAU and keep it running, which was important to me, we just had to make sure that there were people filled in those positions automatically. So when we could have elections, we did. But in the beginning, for example, like when I started, I wasn't a full-time NAU student. So technically, I'd have someone else be like the president of the organization on my behalf. That way I could at least start the organization and run it. But I did everything, like, I ran the meetings, I planned the events, I helped recruit, I did all the social media advertisements. It was probably one of the most fun times of my life, to be honest, because it was just really helping other people see like what they want to be in their community. But it was also just interesting because this community is very vocal for a small town, which I love. I mean, I think that's great. I think that having local people be very interested in what they're doing and not afraid to talk about it and say something, I think that makes the world a better place. So.
All right, thank you. Now, do you have any questions for us?
No.
You see us on a daily basis, or some of us.
I'm just very nervous, I'll be honest.
No worries. Are there any further follow-up questions from board members? Supervisor Fowler, why don't you go first?
So you're an employee here. So you would resign from your position for this position?
Correct.
Okay, just wanna just.
Oh,
clarify.
110% correct, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Poor Lindsay.
Supervisor Horseman.
And first of all, Nico, I want to thank you for putting yourself out there and coming to talk with us. And, you know, for somebody who works right down the hall from me, this has been incredibly enlightening, and I've really enjoyed getting to know you a little bit better for coming forward. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, I would agree. It was very interesting hearing your experience and understanding more about you, and look forward to following your career as you move forward. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right. Well, in that case, thank you for the interview. We'll be in touch. Thank you. So we have one more interview to do. We will go ahead and push it 10 minutes. So if we could start 11:25, or I believe we were told 11:30. While we're waiting, just a reminder for the public that public comment period or portal online is still open and will be open until a little after the last candidate. We as the board will use some of that feedback as part of our deliberations to decide on our candidates. So if you have any opinions that you would like the board to know based on the interviews you hear, please let us know. We would like to take that into consideration as we're making our decision. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your interest in the District 3 position. This is an important decision for the Board of Supervisors to fill the vacancy of Supervisor Matt Ryan, who has served the county and District 3 well for 27 years. This is a public meeting, so members of the public can listen to the questions and answers. We therefore ask that in order to preserve the integrity of our questions, that each candidate agree that they will not listen in or be informed of the questions the board will ask, or to listen to any candidate's answers. We want to preserve an equal playing field for each candidate. We'll start by board introductions. My name is Jeronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current chair. District 1.
Yes, good morning and thank you for being here. And my name is Patrice Horseman and I'm the supervisor for District 1.
Thank you. District 4.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. My name is Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
Thank you. District 5.
Welcome. Thanks for applying. District 5 Supervisor Lena Fowler.
Thank you. The board has a number of candidates to interview for this position. Each candidate will be asked the same questions, and each candidate will be given 45 minutes to answer the questions. Each supervisor will take turns asking the questions and the subsections to the questions. The board does reserve the right to follow up on questions or ask for clarifications. If you need clarification on our question, please feel free to let us know. To make it easier, we are providing you a copy of the questions and ask that you leave the copy in the room after the interview. We have 5 questions and subparts to each question. Each supervisor will read the question and the subparts. You will have the written questions in front of you to refer to as you thoroughly answer the question. To ensure that you get all 5 questions in 45 minutes, it's important that you manage your time for each answer. And we would recommend that you reserve some time so that at the end of our questions, you can ask us any questions. If you want to reserve 5 to 6 minutes at the end, you will have about 5 to 6 minutes to answer each question. Some questions you may want to spend more time on your answer. For some questions, you may be fairly short. So please manage your time and answer the questions as you see fit. To be fair to all, we will conclude the interview after 45 minutes. Before we begin with the questions, please feel free to briefly introduce yourself.
Well, thank you all so much for having me here. My name's Rebecca Eid. You can call me Becca. That's what I go by. It is so exciting to be here and meet each and every one of you. I was telling Corey earlier that regardless of how this goes, it's nice to meet the supervisors that serve our community. I live in this community and plan to be here a very long, long time. So to meet you all is just an honor and a true pleasure and privilege. So thank you for that. I have lived in Flagstaff for a little over 3 years. I originally was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, and I spent most of my life there. What brought me to Flagstaff is actually something I tell people all the time. I wasn't born here, but I got here as soon as I could. I am an avid backpacker, hiker, and coming to Flagstaff was always something I wanted to do. I remember the first time I came here, I was 15, and I said, oh man, this is the place for me. And of course, life happens and you take job opportunities and scholarship opportunities, and you end up going all around the world. But the minute I got the chance to come up here, I came up here, and it's so great to be here. And I plan on living here and raising my family and dying here. So it's a home away from my original home. I currently am a teacher at the Star School right off of Loop Road, right outside of the Navajo Reservation. And I am a 3rd grade teacher, but I also teach all of the upper elementary English language arts classes. So I'm the head of that department for the English language arts of the upper elementary. So that's what I currently do. I have a partner, and we have 3 cats, and we have an Arizona desert tortoise. So that we did legally adopt through Fish and Game. So it's just really nice to be here and be a part of this community, because this is such a great and important part of the community. And I love it here. So thanks for having me. I'm excited to get started.
Thank you. Appreciate that. First question, Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and thank you for joining us this morning and for accommodating us and getting here early. We really appreciate that. So first question, what do you believe is the role of a county supervisor? What qualities or past experiences do you possess that make you the best candidate for this position? How do you build relationships within your community? In this case, it would be District 3. And how do you achieve work-life balance?
Fantastic question. Thank you so much. Thanks for having me early. I was telling Corey as well, as a teacher, I'm constantly having to be on my toes. So it was nice to still get reminded of that this morning, to still stay dynamic and on your feet. I'm so happy to be here. It was totally okay to come a little earlier. What do I believe is the role of a county supervisor? I have been thinking about this quite a lot as I've been going through this process, and the best word I could use to describe what I truly believe is the role would be to be a conduit for the community. This isn't a position that's about me, my feelings, my experiences. This is about a community, District 3 specifically as a whole. And my only job is to represent and support the people of District 3. That's my only job. So as a conduit, my understanding of the role is that I'm here to represent the people, be a person that folks can come to and talk to with their concerns, and be a conduit and a voice at these meetings and on the board for the greater community. As far as what qualities and past experiences I possess that would make me a qualified candidate for this position, I have an interesting background, and I do feel like a majority of my experience would heavily impact and aid me in this position. I am currently a teacher, like I said, and I'm a teacher of Indigenous students in this area. And so for me, being a teacher is all about being dynamic, ready to move and change as is needed. Not being rigid, but being structured. And that is something I would bring to this role. I know we have a lot of past educators on this board, so I know that you all know what I'm talking about. But I also am an educator for Indigenous youth. So that's a very important thing to me. My students and my parents mean the world to me, and representing them and being able to have conversations with folks in my district, but outside of my district who I know, but are still a part of the county, I think is an important thing to do. And I have connections with folks out in the Loop community, the Tulani Lake community, and I treasure those relationships very deeply. And I sincerely would hope that talking with my students and my parents would impact decisions I made here. I also have spent a lot of time working in the public sector. Once I graduated from college, I actually worked at the Texas Workforce Commission, and their local branch of their workforce development board was called Workforce Solutions Borderplex. It was the workforce development board for the West Texas district, which is a huge district. And I was there for a little under 4 years, I should say. And in that time, I really got a huge grip on what public service looks like. It's heavy, it's moving, it's important, and it is definitely something that you have to give your all to. I have spent time working in accounting. I have spent time working in marketing, and I have also spent time working with business and job seeker services. So I think it's an important part of the county to acknowledge that we're not just job seekers, people, we're also businesses and the entities that are involved in the county. And that's something that I definitely have experience with, balancing and working alongside both entities to better create conversations and meaningful connections, and ultimately change in our greater area. I've also worked in the private sector. I've worked for Apple. And while that wasn't really my favorite job because it wasn't public sector, I've always said I want to serve people. I can't go to bed with myself if I'm not serving people. And so for me, I took that job, and I do like to say that I'm very happy about taking that job because it ultimately got me to Flagstaff during the pandemic. So worth it. But working in that position, I definitely solidified for me, okay, you are a public servant first. That is what you're into. That is what you are here to do. And it also gave me the ability to connect with the private sector and understand what happens and what goes into decisions made in the private sector and the importance of the private sector. So I think my understanding of all of these different things, education, public sector, private sector, Indigenous communities. I'm currently a student at NAU. I'm getting my master's. I understand that community. These are all places that I pull my passion and my connections from and experiences. And I think all of them would play a huge part in helping me be a supervisor here. And I think that also answers how I build relationships with my community. But just to answer a little more, I talk, I befriend, and I listen. Those are the biggest things. You can make any type of relationship happen when you buy into it. And a buy-in to me looks like listening and giving somebody the ability to connect with you and creating that space. So that's how I make relationships happen in all of my different areas that I have been in and currently am. And as far as my work-life balance, this is something I've had to really learn over the years. But for me, I tend to just say, when it's 6:30, I am at home. I am trying my very best to be a present partner and a gardener and just a member of my own household. So I tend to try and set that boundary for myself. But in the same token, when I'm at work, I'm at work. That's what I do. I'm not doing anything else but that, so that by the time the end of the day rolls around, I can say, okay, you have put in a lot of time, you focused on what you needed to focus on, and you're ready to go. You're ready to wind down and be a part of a different area of your life, which is your house. I do think work-life balance is super important. As a teacher, social emotional is always something that we talk about, and finding a balance is super critical. So that's something I always focus on.
Yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you for that. I do have a follow-up. District 3 is a very large district.
Yes.
geographically, and is a rural district. And so can you tell us how you would see yourself building this relationship within District 3, this large district?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So District 3 is extremely large, and the biggest component to making relationships is to be present. So while I do live in the Coconino area and that is my home address, I want to be able to physically be in all the places that this district covers a decent amount of time. I think representation is everything that has everything to do with being present, not just being a seat that nobody knows. One of the first things I actually thought about doing, Supervisor Horstman, is that I would like to just send out a letter to everyone introducing myself, giving them my contact information, letting them know who I am, and then doing that bi-weekly with a newsletter, while actively visiting every area of the greater district, like the Upper Sedona area, Williams, Coconino, Munns Park. Try and give all of these neighborhoods at least a visit and maybe a town hall-like meeting once a month, just to check in with everybody, because being present is the key for sure.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
I just got to say, as someone that puts out a newsletter bi-weekly is very ambitious.
Yeah, I get that for sure. But I did get my degree in marketing, and I'm a newsletter kind of gal, so I'm up for the challenge.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Next question. Describe your commitment to inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness in any experience or background that you may have in DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion? How would you work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness within your district? How would you assist the county in assuring diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Oh man, I love this question because this is basically my heart and soul. As somebody who has worked with workforce development, inclusion and diversity and equity have always been very much on the forefront of my mind. And so when you ask how committed I am, how am I committed? I can't even really put it into words. Very committed. It's something that I talk with my partner about all the time. And he's like, please stop. We don't need to talk about this right now. Like, we're having dinner. But for me, in all fairness and in all sincerity, I have had the distinct pleasure of working with people who don't have a job. And that might be because they got laid off. It could be because they have recently cycled out of prison. That could be because they're military spouses and they're constantly displaced workers. I've had a lot of experience working with migrant seasonal farm workers, and their stories and their experiences are probably the most inspiring and incredibly moving stories I've heard. And for me, working with them was one of the most moving parts of my career in anything I've ever done. One thing that happened when I was at the Workforce Commission was we always had to put on our outreach flyers a tagline that said, this opportunity is funded by WIOA, it's funded by SNAP EBT. And what was happening was our migrant seasonal farm workers were not coming to any of the events. And one day, to go back to your question of how would I do outreach, I just left the office and I decided to go to a bunch of community places. And the first place I went to was a rec center. And I started talking with some of the folks there. And the resounding amount of feedback I got that said, hey, that tagline scares everyone. We all think it's a setup for ICE. We don't want to come. Was shocking and also not shocking. And it was one of those things where I go, geez, why didn't we think of that, right? And so I bring up this story because even at our best, there's always something more for us to learn. And that goes back to talking with the people. And part of equity and inclusion is involving everyone in the conversation. Everybody, not just your neighbors. This is, like you said, this district's huge. I have to think outside of Kachina, and I have to really be mindful of the fact that we have rural people with different needs other than my own, other than my family, other than people who may be in my normal social circle. And talking with them and getting to understand that is critical. Ultimately, back to the story I was telling, I ultimately did put in a request with the Workforce Commission in Austin to remove the taglines, which was a big deal because they like to say that they're funding these programs. And they actually passed it just for migrant seasonal farm worker outreach. So we were able to change that and start to get people the help that they needed. And when you ask, how would I work to promote inclusion, diversity, and cultural awareness? The biggest part is talking and listening, asking people what they need and asking people what's not working and not being afraid of that feedback and taking that feedback and putting it into action. And standing up for what really needs to be done. And as far as cultural awareness, as someone who works with the indigenous youth of this county, they are our land protectors. They are the children of this land and they are the future. And it is so important to have our Hopi, our Dene, our Zuni, all of our indigenous tribes' voices heard. And that is also an important part of outreach. We need to be able to contact and discuss things with our indigenous neighbors and really understand that they have a grasp on what is going on in this county more than anybody else does. And giving them room to have the conversations that need to be had and prizing that conversation because, like I said, no one knows this area better. And as far as cultural awareness goes, I think that would be my number one focus, is making sure that we represent those very dear and precious communities.
Thank you. Next question, Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. Describe how you see yourself performing the role as a county supervisor and representing the people in District 3 and the entire county. What do you see as your biggest challenge in representing District 3? What have you done to prepare for the possibility of becoming a District 3 supervisor? And how would you introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
I think we've definitely established that probably one of the biggest challenges is the large amount of land that this district covers. And it's certainly something I have thought heavily about. I do travel out to Star School every day. So I do make a decent commute already. I'm from Texas, so we're used to commuting a really long way. I want to just add that. But that would be, realistically and strategically speaking, that would certainly be the biggest challenge. But I have a working vehicle, and I'm very good at scheduling and making sure that I keep to a schedule as much as I possibly can. Again, making room for some of the things that you have to be flexible for. But I think that would be the biggest challenge. And the answer to that biggest challenge would be creating a schedule that is realistic and reasonable and allows me to meet with different parts of the district as actively as I can. I said every month, and that would be my initial goal. I suppose that it could seem to be a little bit too overbearing, and we might have to make it every 6 weeks, but I wouldn't want to go and visit these different areas outside of every 6 weeks. As far as what have I done to prepare for the possibility of becoming the supervisor, I've talked with my neighbors, I've talked with my community members, and I did not talk to them and ask them to go and put a comment for me on the page. I asked them what they would need me to do. Because again, this isn't about me. This is about the people that I would be serving. And the fact of the matter is, even if I do not get this position, I'm still a community member, and being active and a part of the community and seeing what people need help with is a great thing to know and to do, regardless of if I'm a board on the board of supervisors or doing my teaching thing. It really was a great conversation to have regardless. And so I've talked with people, and, some of the concerns that I've heard, people in our district are pretty stressed out about the icy roads and the frequency in which the snow plows are visiting, especially in like our more hillier areas. It's impacting some people's ability to go to work. And I should also say I have friends who are CDL drivers who drive the plows. So I also know that this is kind of what the job is like, right? There's a lot of different moving parts, and everybody has an important thing to say about it, but that is certainly a big concern for a lot of people, shockingly. That and the smoke. Everybody is, and I don't even know if that's something we necessarily do here, but man, those were the two biggest things I heard. If you can help with the smoke, because my asthma is killing me. So, but all joking aside, I've had conversations with people, and that's what I would continue to do. I really think the ticket and the key to this position is being readily available and really doing grassroots connections. I don't include this on my resume simply because sometimes I worry what people may think, but I'll go ahead and share with you all here. I know I'm running for a Democratic seat here, but in Texas, I worked for Beto O'Rourke's. I actually worked for Beto O'Rourke's House of Representative chair run when I was still in high school. And I also helped with his Senate run and his presidential run. And I've really seen how awesome grassroots movements can be. And regardless of what you may think of Beto O'Rourke, the amount of people he got to vote was amazing. And the truth is, it wasn't really him. It was all of the community members helping him get those people. And so I really do know the importance and also the true power of door knocking and just talking to people and having, meetings with community members. People come, people want to be heard. They want to be a part of this conversation. They just need a platform to do it. The fact of the matter is people work, people have kids, people have second jobs, third jobs, they have health problems. Making it accessible for people to talk to me and come to me with these concerns is my single greatest focus. I want to be able to get out to where people can talk to me, not me talk at them. And part of that is going to where it's easy for them to talk to me, not, hey, you can all come to Flagstaff if you want to talk to me in my office. I need to be out and with the people. So that's just something I want to say that I've seen as a huge, incredibly powerful experience when people get together and when you actually go out into the field and start talking to people and living in the community and being with the community. It's amazing. So that's what I would definitely want to do. And that's kind of what I've already mentally prepared for. And as far as how I would introduce an issue to a larger audience and champion solutions through the governing process, man, town halls, I'm a huge fan of those. They create a space for people to speak. They create a space for the governing process to happen. And I think it's the best of both worlds. It's a great check-in and it's a great way to connect with people. And that's definitely the route I would want to take personally.
Thank you. Next question, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest in this position. Describe your experience serving on boards, commissions, and any other relevant experience. Your role both as an individual and as part of the board membership. Your leadership style and how you work with others to gain consensus. How do you manage working with others that you disagree with?
Thank you so much for the question, Supervisor Fowler. I appreciate it. This is awesome. And honestly, it's a really awesome question. I think I have kind of talked ad nauseum about my experience, so I'm not going to go too hard into that. But I do also want to let you all know that I have served on the Equity Advisory Committee for the Sustainability Office here in Flag. And that's been an awesome experience. Honestly, the people that work in that office are incredible. And the locals that showed up for that group were seriously on fire. They're some of the best people I've ever met. So again, it just goes back to the importance of involving the people because we have amazing people here. But as far as my leadership style goes, I definitely am more of a type A personality in the sense that I like to plan. I like to have structured things going on. I have a list of everything I need to do today, times that those have to happen. So I'm a very organized type A sort of leader, but I have room for flexibility. Again, as a teacher, I can write lesson plans all day, but eventually the kids really dictate what is catching and what is not. And I have to constantly change hats and reevaluate the situation. Same happened at the workforce board all the time. I mean, you can make the most beautiful outreach programs. And if people don't come, you need to change it to fit the people, not your own idea and agenda. So my leadership style really is be organized, be on the ball as much as you can, but be warm and be inviting. And I always have said the best leaders know when and how to follow. And that is absolutely what I stand by. I want to act as someone in this position who creates a process, creates a space, creates some sort of, the word I'm looking for is organized way to discuss things. But then I want to be able to make space for others. And I think that really is my leadership style. A strong presence with a lot of warmth and a lot of inclusion. I really like to hear other people talk. And I think people are so amazing and they have the best ideas. And I try to tap into that with my leadership style, whether I'm hanging out with 10-year-olds or business owners or job seekers or software developers or people in my NAU classes. And as far as how do I work with others to gain consensus, I'm a big fan of the Socratic method, having an open space where the group decides, hey, these are some things that we need to set straight right out of the gate, like no hurtful talk, always like showing support for others, not interrupting, not raising voices, and letting people finish. But then after that, it's kind of, there's room to discuss. And so with the Socratic method, somebody says how they feel and the next person goes, I agree, or I disagree, or I want to add, or I really want to stress. And it really creates a space for people to actively engage with each other in a helpful way. When you do that method, people really work well together and we come up with really great ideas. And as far as how do I manage working with others that I disagree with, it's as simple as acknowledging that somebody else's opinion is just as important as mine. Just because I disagree, it doesn't mean that their idea is bad or wrong. Doesn't mean mine's wrong either. It just means we have different opinions. And I think the whole ticket to that is acknowledging people are different, and that's a good thing. And people who have different opinions than you are going to help make this whole conversation grow, right? The more opinions we have and the more ways that we're looking at fixing a problem, the better. And so for me, how do I manage it? Just like if I was working with somebody I did agree with, respectfully, honestly, and compassionately. And disagreeing doesn't have to be a bad thing. It can be a really cool thing, actually, lead to a lot of cool change. I hope that answered your questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, this is number 5. Are you able to work as a full-time supervisor for Coconino County? Is there anything in your business or personal commitments that would hinder you in your ability to be a full-time supervisor or your ability to attend board meetings, community meetings, etc., understanding that a lot of times these meetings occur on the weekend, sometimes or after business hours, they're during the evening hours. And next, would it be your intent to run for this position if you're appointed to fill the current vacancy? And would there be anything that would prevent you or would interfere with your ability to run for this position? And do you have any experience running for office or assisting others? Have you assisted others to run for office?
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. First and foremost, I'm a teacher today, and I love my kids. And I'm certainly not looking to get out of my job or anything like that. I do want to be completely upfront with that. That being said, if I got offered this position, I would take this position and no longer teach. The reason why I'm here is because I truly believe in the process of democracy and community service, and I crave it. I really crave being a part of that. I miss working at the workforce board. People have asked me why I've left that job because I liked it so much. And unfortunately, I will be honest with you, because I do feel like this sometimes comes up when people look at my resume. People sometimes go, what the heck? Why did she get a business degree, go do this really cool job, and then like go to teaching? And I want to first say, those who can teach, okay, for the record, and teaching's amazing. And I am in teaching because my job at the Texas Workforce Commission, unfortunately, my CEO started dating my dad. And it was not a pretty sight. And it really caused a lot of problems with my family unit because my parents were married at the time. So that being said, I had to leave that job because it wasn't healthy for me. And I went in to work at Apple, And like I said, private sector, not a fan of it for my personal job. Teaching was a great way for me to get back into the community. But the reason why I tell you that, and I tell you that truthfully and honestly, because I've always wanted to be doing this stuff, and I wouldn't have left it if the original situation didn't occur. So would I be available full time? Yes, I would. And it's not because I don't love my kids or my job, but this is really what I love the most. That being said, nothing would really prevent me from running for this position. For the I know this is currently just for this is the vacancy, but then actually running for the position next year, I would certainly be excited to do that. And if I got this position, my full intentions are to run for that. And finally, I just want to say, yes, I am a student in NAU, but I'm a master's student and I'm writing a thesis. So I'm not physically on campus. So that shouldn't affect anything with my schedule. And I'm set to graduate pending a good thesis defense in May. So we're crossing our fingers for that. And like I've said before, yes, I do have experience running for office. Not running for office, but assisting people who run for office. Beto O'Rourke, both for actually all three for the House of Representatives, the Senate, and ultimately for his presidential run. So yeah, that's me. Again, not to like throw out some heavy stuff there, but I also feel like, how can the solution be honest if the conversation's not? And I definitely don't want to come up here and say, I love my children, they're the best. And then be like, yeah, I'm done with those guys. Still love my children and my children at my school. And I just want to say that I would feel like working here and being a supervisor still serves the county, and my kiddos are in the county. So I would still try and view it as supporting the people I love the most. Yeah. So thank you. But yes, I would absolutely be available to just do this job full time. Is there any other questions you guys have for me?
No, I just wanted to make a comment. As a former educator, leaving the kids was the hardest part, becoming a supervisor, and I still miss them. That's the part of being in education I miss, although I enjoy this job and the ability to help more people in the community.
You said it perfectly. Thank you. That's my thought. And I know if I do get this position, it will be a sad goodbye, but helping them and then some more people, right? Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So then the final question is, do you have any questions for us?
I do actually. So I was looking at your all's website and I saw that some folks have office hours. What is the expectation for office hours? What does that look like, especially if I was going to be out more in the field, potentially with such a big district? I know some other folks on this board have large districts. So I was just curious to hear how people kind of balance that and what the strategies are there.
So just to put it out there straight up, first off, by state statute, the supervisor is only required to come in 26 times a year. However, I wouldn't recommend coming just so little. As a supervisor, I would say at least a couple times a week, being here in the office, working with staff. There's constant communication. It has been adjusting over the last couple of years because we were, like, for example, when I was appointed, it was in a COVID situation, so we're working from home. And over the last 3 years, we've transitioned into person. So it has been more being in the office since we've come back from COVID. Supervisor Horstman, do you have something you want to add?
Yeah, if you're done. So, and by the way, there is a district director that you would get to hire. Okay. And your district director, between you and your district director, you should be able to fulfill a responsibility for, office hours, if you will. Okay. I'm someone that's in the office a lot. And I'm used to that. So I guess it's easy for me to do that. But we all, with the exception of our chair, have very large districts. Yeah. And we understand the importance of being out in these districts. That's why we exist. And we, as you probably can tell, are an activist board. All four of us, all five of us, when we have Matt, and he's still with us. We all work very hard, put in a lot of hours, and try to balance all the other responsibilities we have in life. So, There's a lot of flexibility in the time and your hours. You get to set that, whatever works for you and your community. So I think, we do have offices located here at the county. And as I say, you have a district director that you can hire that should be able to help you with.
Okay, great. Thank
Any
you.
other comments? Vice Chair Begay? No? Supervisor Fowler?
Thank
So,
you.
yeah, I guess the point is there is flexibility, but there is support to create that structure. And then it's really up to each supervisor to develop their schedule to address the needs of their district.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I appreciate you saying that, Supervisor Horstman. I know I didn't answer the question of, meetings might occur on weekdays, weekends, business evening hours. When I said when I said hey, at 6 o'clock I'm out, that's my current teacher schedule. I can move it around as needed. I would just want to set, I also mentioned that I'm a fan of making schedules and sticking to them. So my goal would be to just set a realistic schedule where the communities are accounted for, but also some home time. But yes, that 6 o'clock is not rigid in this position. I just like and say.
Supervisor Horstman.
It's all about organization and scheduling. I will guarantee you that. But as a
Awesome.
teacher, you're already dealing with that.
Yes, yes, I can bring that to the table for sure. I promise. I feel very confident in that.
And you would have a district director help support on that.
Which would be wonderful. Yeah, it's exciting to hear.
All right. Are there any other questions or comments for us?
No. Thank you all so much. Honestly, it has been a lot of fun just talking with you. I am very grateful for the opportunity. And like I said, regardless of how this goes, you guys are supervisors in my county. So it's nice to finally meet you all. And I'm sure I will see you around soon regardless. So thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And you have the record for the longest interview today. Just had to say that.
Sorry.
So thank you, everyone. We will take a break for lunch now, and then we will reconvene, I believe. Oh, do we want to go into executive session now?
If you don't mind, I think it'd be great to have a working lunch. I know we're all hungry. But I would make a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters.
We have a motion from Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right, we will go into executive session and we'll return upon completion of executive session. Thank you. Ready to begin? All right, thank you, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a good day of interviews, and we appreciate all the candidates who participated and came up and shared with our community why they felt they were the best candidate for this position. The board has now concluded the interviews and will not be taking action at this meeting, but will post for potential discussion and action at the December 5th meeting. So please tune in if you'd like to know who our board decides they would like to be our preferred candidate. And just note, there will be no appointment until January 9th after Supervisor Ryan has vacated the position. So with that said, thank you, everyone, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.